up your fucking mess. You're gonna give me ants. Fucking messy. Messy girl, messy girl. Messier than a dog. Hold on, buddy. I'll be right there. Yes, Mom hears you. Could you move? I'll be right there, baby. I'm coming, baby. I know you gotta go potty. Mommy's coming. Oh, I'm the mess. Okay. I'm coming, baby. I know, I know. You already pooped this morning. It can't be an emergency. I'm coming. I know, baby. I know. I'm coming. I know. I know. I know. I'm coming. I know, babe. I know. I know. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming as quick as I can. I need to cut my toenails. Oh, shit. Yes, yes, yes. Mom is coming. Hold on, just one sec. Okay. I'm coming. I hear you. Yes, I hear you. I'm coming right now. Oh, my feet are so shiny. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Go. Go. Am I naked? No. Good morning. Hi, Gabrielle. Nice to see you. Oh, I got my period and I feel like shit. Let me go get my clothes hamper and I'll start producing clothes. I have to make sure that the gap, you gotta have a big gap, just like that. You gotta have a big old gap there. If you don't have the big old gap there, then it doesn't make the fart sound. Look at that. I have a star. I have a flat ass. What are you talking about? My ass goes in. Please don't lie to me, all right? We all have eyeballs. Don't insult my intelligence.
I've never spoken to ACOB. Y'all heard of something that just happened yesterday. Okay, you heard it here first, probably. But I just came across this information by happenstance. Girl, we got another new business being formed with the same name. All right, so this already happened with the whole Legally Mine thing. Put one in the chat. You remember the whole Legally Mine thing where the business they changed the name of Legally Mine to LM Old Co. But then they also somebody started a new business called Legally Mine, and the owner or whatever is Centra Wealth Solutions. Come on in the chat, you remember this? Okay. Well, earlier today, this morning, I was getting my research together for this video. I wanted to, I was trying to remind myself of where I had seen, what's his name, Reed Brimhall's name. And I'm like, I saw him early on, his name on some pretty important filings. And I remember it being, to me, it was weird. To me, not weird, I guess I'll say, a little surprising. It was a little surprising to me that Reed Brimhall's name was somewhere, and instead of Ammon McNeff's name, because as you know from public documents and stuff, Ammon McNeff is the CEO and one of the owners of Bricks and Minifigs, and I have also seen him sign his name as the president of Bricks and Minifigs. So he's an officer, he's an owner, and also of course he has his own franchise store or whatever, or maybe more than one, I don't know. But I was looking this morning for this specific document. I couldn't remember exactly what it was. So I'm kind of like looking around and I'm like, I think, this is important, stick with me. I think I remember seeing it on the Bricks and Minifigs BAM Franchising Inc. Utah documents. So I went over there to look for it. I was right, but that's not the point of the story. Let me show y'all some breaking news that just happened literally yesterday, and I came across this information by happenstance. I was just doing research for this video this morning. I was trying to find that document that I remembered. So I'm gonna go to the Utah. This is a public record. I'm showing y'all how I'm getting to it. The Utah Business Registration.utah.gov website. Okay, now we know, or we're told from, well, I guess we know it is a public record, which is verifiable, but we're told that as of today, as of the filing of the lawsuit against Ben, as of the filing of the lawsuit against Ben, which was like May 27, 2026, we know that BAM Franchising Incorporated is a Delaware company. They've made it into a Delaware company. Okay, that's the main company. But it used to be a Utah company, and before it was a Utah company, it was it was Oregon or Washington. Yeah. So they started the company, the original owners founded, headquartered, whatever you want to call it, the company in Oregon.
Yes.
Then, as you know, Ammon and Matt come along, they become owners of the company.
Daddy bought them the company because they wanted to run a store.
Yes. From Oregon company to a Utah company, but then they take it from Utah and now it's Delaware. So when they sued Ben, they sued as a Delaware corporation. You follow? Put it to the try you follow so far. So sitting here today, from all we know as the public, this is a Delaware corporation. However, for some time, for a while, it was a Utah corporation, which makes sense. The officers, most of the officers seem to have been based there, the president, CEO, whatever. But now it's a Delaware company. It does, it appears it was not operating in Utah. Even as a registered, even registered as a foreign entity, and this is where I'm going to bring this up. Okay, so I'm on the business registration.utah.gov. I'm like kind of like a little like, because this is like actually news, like new news, but it is a little bit of a mystery. This is public records. So you go to the business search, you type in BAM Franchising. Okay. Yep. Are your jaws on the floor yet? Yes, no. I think I'm on a little bit of a lag here. We know about this company right here, BAM Franchising Inc.
I'm out of laundry detergent. All right, where's my list so that I can just go ahead and get what I need, emergency. I don't want to spend a bunch of fucking money. Get stuff I can't. Ooh! We're just gonna get laundry soap. All right, let's go get laundry soap. I should probably get some clothes on. Why is there a pair of socks on the floor? Got a hamper. You could be doing this while your laundry is washing. And then you'd be killing two birds with one stone instead of doing this, then going to get soap, then waiting for it. Okay, all right, you've won the argument. Can I help you? Okay. To the salon. Fucking hate this. How much battery do I have? Okay, let's see if I can make it back home in 10% battery. Wish my bicycle was fucking had air in the tires. I would take my bicycle. Bicycle, 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 bicycle. Dog's outside. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle. I want This makes me want to clean up. And cleaning up is tiresome. So I got my period this morning. And work. And I could be right over it. And so now I have this hunk of asphalt on my tire. So it's like, these motherfuckers. I should, well, of course they're not here today. If I see them, I'm gonna stop and be like, hey, you guys got a tool you can scrape this off my tire for me? Because now when I go over 30 miles an hour, I can feel it, I can hear it. I'm gonna like drive my car like wiggle, wiggle, wiggle to make it come off my tire while I'm making like a turn or something, you know? Maybe when I go over this big old bump. If I went to work today, my client could have cleaned it off for me, but I would have had to drive all the way to work with that on the car. Do I have a green? Oh. What did I come here for? Heather, I didn't bring any money. Much for saving my Venmo money. Should have put on mascara. My eyes are hurting. It's sunny today. If I have to leave the house again, I'm putting mascara on. Fuck this. See, I don't have a stop sign, so please be mindful. Why did my watch just talk to me? I wonder what time it is. What time is it? the fuck was that? Why is my phone talking to, or my watch talking to me? What did I come here for? Laundry detergent. Ugh, I have Vaseline on my feet. It's not supposed to be leaving my house. Oh, these fucking people in public. Abierto, por favor. Gracias. My feet are slippery. Oh, my feet are very slippery. Original Waterfall Delight Moonlight Breeze. I think Moonlight Breeze is the one that I have. The no, that's not it. It's this one. Super Fresh Blast. That's pretty good. What does the original smell like? Where's my fucking favorite scent? Hat! I want the Hawaiian Breeze. Watch, they'll have the scent I like in the fucking laundry. No, okay. Well, at least they have the same scents. They'll do that. They'll have fucking one scent for the laundry detergent and then a completely different scent for their options for softener. And it's like, I guess I'm gonna have to get Tide. Oh, my phone's gonna hold. Oh. Of course not. It's paying for 90% liquid. Okay, while I'm here, what else did I need on that list? Milk. Butter. Milk, butter. The Vaseline on my feet is so weird. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that stuff called baby feet, but it is pure and wholesome. Instead of it saying dairy, so you know dairy is there, it just says pure and wholesome. Pure and wholesome. Anyways, I used baby feet last night. It's like a fruit enzyme, and it makes all of the dead skin come off your feet, like literally. If you have dead skin that's like that thick, that's how thick the sheet that comes off your foot will be. It's crazy. Milk. Anyways, so I used that stuff, baby feet, last night, and when you do it after the day 2, your feet feel like dry, or like the skin, you can tell that something's going on. You maybe can't tell exactly what's happening, but you can tell something's going on. Like your feet feel like they've got a little dry skin shell on them. So that's why I put Vaseline on my feet, to make it better, so it doesn't feel so icky, dry.
If you have a phone card, please scan it now. $6.49, $4.99. Your card has been accepted. are
Oh,
finished,
duh.
please
Duh.
touch Finish and Pay. How many store-provided bags did you? Your total is $28.97, and your savings is $3.50. Please select your payment. Please wait. System processing. And your savings is $3.50. Please select your payment.
I went to documents to go for like a good thing, and then
Okay, I
Please
think
wait.
everything is
System
just having a little bit of an issue today.
And your savings is $3.50. Please select your payment.
What is that? What?
everyone.
What am I doing?
Pussy.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Did I put the wrong card in?
Yeah.
Put the wrong card in. That's what it is. Damn it, Heather.
Please wait. System processing.
It says coffee, but I didn't buy coffee.
Please
It
remember
gave me
to tip your receipt. Thank you.
$2.50 off.
If you have your club card,
For a
please
coffee
scan it
sale.
now. Scan items one at a time, placing them in the bagging area after each scan.
I
For
have no
items without
business
bar-
being out in public. Take me home. Okay. Which door did I come in? That one. Oh, I'm gonna trip and fall because of these Vaseline feet. Have you ever tried to like run while you're wearing shoes and like slip on sandals? You know how your like your foot will like turn and do somersaults like an alligator trying to catch its dinner? Your shoe will just like roll in your foot, or your foot will just roll in your shoe. That's what it feels like it's happening, except for it's like a foot sock. It's my skin. You son of a bitch. Get me the hell out of public. Oop, I just spit all over my phone, all over my chair. That's okay. See? Get me the hell out of public. Where do you buy it at? I bought it off of Amazon, but this one that I just used, I got it off of TikTok. They sell baby feet knockoffs on TikTok, and it's just as good. It works just as good. I've used it like 5 times now, and it is a fourth of the price. So baby feet, foot booty thingies are, I think, right at about $20, and you either get one use or you get 2 uses. I can't remember. But the stuff that you get off of the TikTok, the knockoff brand, that stuff you get 4 or 6. I think it might be 4 uses. So for the same $20, you get, twice as much or whatever, I paid $20, and now my feet have been baby soft for over a year, and I gave 1 pack of it away because it came with one that was like for men. It was like a masculine scent, but not really. and I'll show you. I have to fish it out of the garbage, but I'll show you the. It's in my bathroom garbage, so it's not like gross like that. It's right on top. But I'll show you the brand when I get back home. It'll be like 5 minutes. I really like it. I really like it. Yes, I own my own business. It's almost like Aggie. Looks can be deceiving. It's almost like you cannot judge a person's personality by what your like snap judgments are. That's crazy, right? It's almost like human beings are nuanced. Girl, with a name like Aggie, you should probably lay low on picking on other people. Just because you got picked on doesn't mean you have to go and try and make other people feel less than. Okay? It's not going to make you feel any better. I mean, it might in the temporary, but you're still going to be a miserable person, you know, if you're judgmental. It's now, you have to work on yourself. The world doesn't have to change to please you. You have to change to please you. I'm pissed off about this fucking shit on my tire. It keeps throwing, what's it called? Asphalt crumbles. I'm gonna get an asphalt crumble in my brake pad or something. It's gonna piss me off. Because these retards don't know what the fuck they're doing. They literally had a crew of 9 guys. Okay, like tell me how fucking dumb this shit is. A crew of 9 guys, all right? And they all had pump sprayers, like when you're spraying cracks in the fucking sidewalk, you know, like pump sprayers. They all had pump sprayers, but they were filling in the cracks on the road with like asphalt goo, and then, you know, sprinkling crumbles on top of it. They had 9 guys. Like why do you need a crew that big for a fucking tiny little town in the Podunksville nowheres, you know, county? I don't understand. I fucking go fucking like 10 acres. My ex-husband is a good. He's blind, but he's a hard worker. Don't be stupid. I'm coming, Bubby. That dog sounds awfully close. My cat's gonna try and fucking get out. Get your ass back. I knew it. Hi. Hello. Yep, hit the mute button as per the usual. Fortunately, I wasn't talking that time. Just forgot my drink. Pick up one thing, something else drops. Pick up one thing, something else drops. Pick up that thing, something else drops. My house smells so good. Did I tell you guys my landlord is gonna send someone here Monday to completely replace all the carpet in my house?
Business corporation.
My fucking landlords kick ass. I'm getting a new stove. I might be getting a new refrigerator. I'm getting a new carpet.
Business address, not a home address. Okay, it's a business address for the registered agent's office. Reed Brimhall. Okay. He's also listed as an officer. He's also listed as a director. This is a public record, and this is not a home address. Okay. Now, as you can see up here at the very top, for BAM Franchising Inc., which is the Utah division of this company, of this corporation, Utah, okay, foreign corporation, in Utah, meaning the original, you know, the principal place of business, the headquarters of this business. The headquarters of this business is Delaware now, right? So then that happened, I guess, a couple years ago. But the one that was licensed to business here in Utah as, again, a foreign business corporation, you basically, like, if you're going to be doing a substantial amount of business in a state, you do need to register to do business in the state. That doesn't mean that you have to base your business there. That's why you have this designation of a foreign entity, okay? So, for the purposes of today's video, what I was actually looking for was this right here, the registered agent. And that was unusual to me for two reasons. Number one, Ammon wasn't on there. I would expect the president to be on there, like the guy that's doing all the interviews about the bricks and the minifigs and all that, and about the Brian Mansell and all that. But it's not, it's Reed. And also, for many of these bricks and minifigs companies, corporations, and LLCs and all this, the registered agent is very often one of a couple entities. For the legally mine ones, remember we kept seeing the LMRA? We kept seeing LMRA, LMRA, LMRA. Sometimes we would see other registered agent, this, that, the other, but it was like specific entities that we would see them using as the registered agent for service of process. But for like the main umbrella, you know, not quite the main umbrella, but for this like sort of DBA, this foreign entity in the state where they all, you know, kind of live and where a lot of the activity of this business does happen. The actual offices for the business are in Utah. We know this from the case that's against Ben. This is tedious. This is business. This is, you know, corporations. But if you bear with me, there's a point coming. Okay. So for one reason, I was surprised to see Reed as the registered agent is I was kind of expecting to see like LMRA or LMRA or another business like a corporation service agents or whatever. But it's just a person. It's Reed. So if anybody wants to sue BAM Franchising Inc., the foreign business corporation, for activities that happened in Utah, you would have served those papers on Reed Brimhall. However, this company, this version of it, the one in Utah, the foreign business corporation, is not active. It's not active. BAM Franchising Inc. is not active in Utah. This company, entity number 119845997-0143, is not active. It was administratively dissolved, which I think means they just like didn't file their filings. I think. Now, you can go to the filing history. You can see the application for authority to transact business. I think I actually do even have that document. Let me see if I have it real quick just for completeness.
Elliot's.
It was filed in October 2020.
Just gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. That same address. Registered agent is Reed Brimhall. Yes, okay. And he's also listed as an officer and a director. Okay, so as you can see from the filing history, nothing was ever filed again since 2020. Now, part of me wonders, was this to get a PPP loan? I mean, I don't know. But nothing was ever filed again. So time passes, they don't file their stuff, and it expires. Cool, great, fine. I kind of had already gotten the information I wanted to get from there, and that is that Reed was listed as the registered agent for service of process, okay? And he also was listed as an officer and a director. Keep that in mind for later. Now, there was another, today is Friday, July 10th, 2026. Can you tell me, class, can you tell me what other, so this is what we, hold on, let me hold off on the question. This is what we just clicked on, right here, remember? 119845997-0143. There, that's the foreign entity of the Delaware, that's the Utah existence of the Delaware corporation. Okay, fine, it's dissolved, it's inactive, Reed Brimhall was listed.
Whoa!
But do you see the second? Do you see the second search result that comes up?
Was that a fucking spider, bro?
BAM Franchising on the Utah Division of Corporations. And it's current and it's active. Do you see BAM Franchising Inc. Same exact name. Same exact name. It was filed for yesterday. What is going on here? Domestic Business Corporation started this business. We can look up Larry Schmidt in a second, but look, or in a moment, but that's this one right here, active current. It was just started yesterday, incorporated. Now, when we go to this one,
these people, these BAM Bricks and Minifigs people are getting LLCs as recently as yesterday.
Officer and director.
That's crazy.
This is a public record, and this is business addresses. This is not home addresses. Reed Brimhall, officer, Reed Brimhall, director. Now, when you go to the same thing on the, and this one's not active, and this one's a foreign entity, this is the Delaware one. When you go to the other one that was just started yesterday, you have Larry Schmidt. It doesn't say officer, director, right? It just says incorporator. So, when someone incorporates a business, this is just from my understanding, it may vary from state to state, but from what I understand and from what I know, somebody can incorporate your business. That's nothing to do with the business. Doesn't have to be an owner, doesn't have to be an officer, doesn't have to be the CEO, doesn't have to be anybody that's anything to do with the.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I dated this famous
lot of times people will try.
This famous, this famous runner, he's famous for barefoot running. I just thought of him. This shirt, I found this shirt in my stuff after we split up. I definitely didn't take it, but it's a t-shirt. I kind of was going to give it back to him once I noticed it, because I was moving into my bus. And so, like, after I finally got settled in my bus, I had found it, you know, like in my laundry pile or whatever. So I had thought about giving it back to him, but the way we left off was so, like, not cool. It was not on good terms. The police were involved and stuff, so I just didn't think that it would be in my best interest. And then it's just been like, I haven't seen that shirt in probably like 3 years. I'm like going through my stuff and rediscovering things, because there's stuff that's been in those drawers or like put away that I have not had, I haven't had any access to, or haven't seen it. It hasn't been in my regular rotation. Where's the garbage? Oh, in the bathroom. So, what a fucking wild life I've had.
I do that, definitely in some states, it might vary state by state, but people will do that to obscure or hide who really owns or has something to do, works at, employed by, or whatever the company, right? So, right, making law simple, David, he said, I do that all the time for my clients, right? Sometimes it'll be the lawyer, it'll say incorporator, making law simple, Doe, or whatever, you know what I mean, Jane Doe, John Doe, whatever the case. So it doesn't have to be somebody that's going to get money from the business, doesn't have to be somebody that's going to be hired, doesn't have to be somebody that's an officer or director, although, many times it is. Because it's like, why, I mean, yeah, I'm the officer, I'm the director, cool, great. Now, again, this business shut down or dissolved administratively. So I don't really know even if BAM Franchising Inc. entity number 119845997-1.
Wish I could get two of these on a hanger together. That'd be great.
Entity number 119845997-0143. I don't even know if this entity is allowed to, you know, like operate business, conduct business in the state of Utah if it's dissolved like this. So I mean, the question is, what is this? Who is this? Who is Larry Schmidt? You know, there's a lot of I'll say this. There's a lot of questions outstanding. A lot of questions outstanding. A lot of questions remaining about this whole thing here. But what I can say for sure, there's a business called BAM Franchising Incorporated, or Inc. And it got started yesterday as a domestic business corporation in the state of Utah. It's active, it's current, and somebody was up doing it apparently at 3:43 in the morning. At least that's when it hit the thing. Larry Schmidt from Registered Agents Inc. Or actually, they have the same address, but I don't know if Larry Schmidt, I don't really know. He's the incorporator. That doesn't mean he owns it. That doesn't mean he started the business like as his business. National Registered Agents Inc. Larry Schmidt. I'm just Googling his name. I don't know who this person is. State Agency Council? I don't know if that's. Hold on. So, okay, put Larry aside for a second. I just looked up the National Registered Agents, the Registered Agents Incorporated. Oh no, I want the Utah one. West Jordan, Utah, yeah. I want this one. Let's see, let's check out the Google reviews. Helpful. Amos. They're not really saying anything in these. I don't know what that's about. Okay, let's go to. Okay. Starting
Elliot's baby
to
blankets.
do alone. Why choose Registered Agents Inc.? Starting business should give you the freedom to define how you work. Don't let logistics and bureaucracy get in the way. At Registered Agents Inc., we built tools designed to save you time so you can focus on what you set out to do in the first place. Registered Agents Inc. And it's located in the 4 Square building. Swarm offices. So like oh shoot, I'm lost now. Go back. Not that far back. Okay, let me do it here. Here. 4 Square. Okay, so this is the registered agent of the place, or of the new BAM Franchising Inc. It is it's a different address, it's a different registered agent. I don't see Reed, I don't see Ammon, I don't see Matt. Okay, but I thought it was pretty big news that had been started. Now, there was one document that had been filed, so I did go ahead and download it, and I'm going to pull that up. I'm just gonna redact this too, cause like, they traumatized me. Taking down my UCC.
I was wondering where my tripod-y thing went. It was in Elliot's closet that whole time.
Yesterday because of the weather. Okay, so this is not really a, I'll say there's not a plethora of information on this filing, but I did want to show it to y'all for completeness. BAM Franchising Inc. started yesterday, July 9th, 2026, Domestic Business Corporation. Domestic means this is a Utah, this isn't a Delaware, okay? But it's still a corporation. 1 million shares of common stock. 1 million shares of common stock. Purpose statement, any and all lawful business. Principal office, redacted, even though this is a public record. And it's a business address. Okay, registered agent is an entity.
Right,
not
we'll
an
talk at the
individual.
end.
Okay, this is Registered Agents Inc. I'm gonna go on a limb and say Larry Schmidt works for or at or with Registered Agents Incorporated. I think that's probably what's going on, but I'm just guessing. And yeah, there's a BAM Franchising Inc. that was just started. It has a completely different entity number from the entity number that
Pants I was wearing to bed
the Reed
last night.
Brimhall one was associated with. Okay, so I found that this morning by happenstance. I was searching for that other document. I did find what I was looking for. Somebody said I suspect it's an S corp of Legally Mine. I swear to y'all, nobody sent me this. Nobody told me this. I just feel like something is amiss with this though. I feel like something weird is going on with it. But especially since this already happened on like a major date of the case, when they filed, on a major date of the case, when Ben filed, published part 1, that same day, the Legally Mine company changes its name or whatever, that weird stuff that happened. So I just feel like something strange is going on here, but it also could just be Ammon and Matt and them wanted to start up a domestic version of the company. I don't know why they wouldn't just start up the one that already existed and convert it out into a domestic. Maybe that would do, maybe it's already tied to the one in Delaware and they need to start a new, I don't know how it really all works truly, but there's something that's just very interesting to me about the fact that just yesterday, a BAM Franchising Incorporated was started.
Show my books.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what who's doing. I don't know who did it. I don't know who did it. Could have been a troll. Could have been somebody from Reddit, because I'm remembering, this Gregory C. Belmont, who I don't necessarily think is a troll, but he's filing stuff in the case. Like, it could be somebody like that, just kind of inserting themselves. But what if what if it is them and they're doing it to move their finances around? I mean, who knows? BAM Franchising Inc. is already involved in litigation. They sued Ben and Brian and Reckless Ben LLC and Victor. Okay. So that's a public record. I just found it, okay? And we have so much more to get into. That was just like a little oh yeah, this is new. Okay, so another kind of breaking since yesterday piece of news is Reckless Ben put a video up on his Patreon called Part 3 Extras or something like that. We're not gonna watch it. I don't like watching, Patreon stuff. But I'll show Part 3 Extra Stuff, he called it. I'm not gonna watch it, but I want to show it to y'all on the Patreon. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It says Part 3 Extra Stuff, and it says some extra dots we were able to connect after Part 3 came out that might be really big soon. Dot 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 dot. We'll see. Girl, what? Okay, so while I can't tell you, and I won't tell you or play this video for you, I do want to let you know Ben has been doing interviews, and he went on an interview last night. This video came out last night. It's it's under 7 minutes long, and it came out last night. And that's not the only thing that came out last night. Ben also, was this yesterday? He went on an interview with Ben Gorman, who's the former owner of the Salem store, one of the former co-owners. He is Crystal Law's partner, husband. Sorry, I don't know. I think they're married. I think that's her husband. But he released a video with Ben yesterday, an exclusive interview. And hold on real quick. Thank you so much to Big Crunch. Shout out to you. Thank you so much to Big Crunch for supporting the channel every single day, all day. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. $49.99. We are cousin on cousin. Love is encouraged. Oh no, cousin on cousin. Love is not encouraged, girl. Love as in sending love. Yes, please. Oh my God, you got me confused for somebody in Alabama or something, girl.
No, it's Virginia, actually. Oh my God, you guys.
Alabama cousin.
Oh my God, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, y'all.
Or whatever. Ever since it's.
Do you know who that fucking lady is? She's all over Facebook, and she's millions of followers, okay? And it's Appalachian Forager. She's from Virginia, and she's always out in the woods collecting mushrooms and chanterelles, and she talks like this, and she's your everyday average regular human person, right? Oh, guys. So she just got exposed big time. Her long-term, her common law husband, they've been together for 15 years. In 2019, he was convicted of viewing and downloading CP. Okay? Well, he just right now, a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, just got convicted again of uploading CP. And this Appalachian Forager, her name is Whitney, I think. This Appalachian Forager girl, she totally is trying to, he's not a pedophile. He's not a pedophile. Pedophiles are exclusively attracted to children, and he's not exclusively attracted to children. Well, anyway, my friend had posted about it on Facebook this morning, and I was like, if you really think about it, it's Appalachia, that's the least surprising thing to come out of there. I have Appalachian family members.
especially Nick Saban. Never forget. Like, subscribe, hype, or wake up with Josh Johnson's toes in your
Thank you,
feet. Yep,
Stacy.
if you're old and bought an Ammon Lego set,
Look at my bed.
call corporate. We still can hold people and ask them to
Oop, almost dropped you down the stairs.
Thanks so much to Dark Sahara Rose for the $5 super chat. Here is my tithe. Oh, it's we're in the church now, girl. Thank you.
I need
I'll
to
pay it forward back to the
make my
Lord.
bed,
Bless
but
me
I don't
with
feel
no
as
miracles,
crazy about making my bed because my cat doesn't go outside anymore. So like I don't feel like I have to like,
Please do, don't give no
you know,
$1
she's
over
not
there.
going outside,
Thanks so much
and
to
like
Tiki
God
for
only
the
knows what
49.
she's
Glad to see
stepping in.
Ben is watching your
That still has to get out of
Yeah.
here.
Did y'all
I
know
want to
Ben?
put
I didn't even
furniture,
think I
but
told
I
y'all
don't
this.
really
Y'all
know
know
what.
Ben
I don't want to
got
get another
like
dresser
he
because
also actually literally
I don't need it.
commented
So
on my live stream about Medina Dore 2
I don't
days
have that
ago.
many
Y'all know
clothes.
that the day that the video
I might put a
hit
sewing
YouTube, the part
desk
3
in
hit
here. Maybe I'll
YouTube,
put sewing machine and stuff in here.
I was like kind of like, I don't really be fangirling, but I kind of was. I was like, oh, that is so sweet and cute.
I wonder.
Hold on.
Let's see if
So it
what
was on
the
this
angle
video,
looks like from here.
Streams
So,
the
like,
day
if
before
I got-
yesterday, Reckless Band, Part 3, Psycho Cop.
If I got a
Medina
desk
Dore, Reed
and
Brimhall.
sat
I didn't get to him
here-
that day. We're gonna get to him today.
I'm just trying to get an idea of the angles.
Look, he commented. Thanks for covering this. Your research is insane. Isn't that cute? And of course, what did I say? I said something
I
bad.
love my bed
Thank
so
you
much.
for covering the story. And likewise, brick by brick. Okay, so real hard pass or whatever. So yeah, it is very cute and nice to see you watch my videos. But this Patreon video seemed to, I mean, put a 3 in the chat if y'all put a 3 in the chat if y'all kind of suspected Ben might have gotten wind of some things that I was covering yesterday and the day before. He's like, some internet sleuths found some stuff out. And if y'all want to watch this video, I do strongly encourage you to go do that. Go sign up for his Patreon. Thank you, Tiki, for the $4.99 super chat. So while I can't show y'all, I don't want to show y'all the Patreon video. That's only like 6 minutes or so, 6 to 7 minutes long. Ben has been doing some interviews, and he did go on an interview, not Ben Gorman's, which that was a good interview. Y'all should watch that. It was like very unique, the Ben Gorman interview, because in the interviews that Ben has done, other than that Ben Gorman one that I've watched, a lot of it is kind of like the same questions or similar questions, and it's kind of about bricks and minifigs and the story, and are you scared, and are you going to do stuff different? Ben Gorman asked questions that were completely different from that, like about Ben and his process, and like came at the interview from like a creative YouTuber angle, like, you know, Ben Gorman apparently is an author and a writer, and so he was kind of talking about being a writer, and he's like, so I know when I'm writing a book or a novel, XYZ, and he would ask Ben, you know, about his documentary making process and all that stuff. It was really cool. It gives you another side of Ben than just this bricks and minifigs story, but that wasn't the interview that is relevant to the part I'm about to say right now. He went on another interview, and it was with these guys, ACOB. I'm going to pull that up, and that one's on YouTube, so I can play a portion of that one, and he kind of says a similar thing.
I think you just like saying and typing the word crazy. You even have the melody of crazy in your screen name. Soze. I think you just have a stem. Dude, my living room looks so nice. I'm so happy. Wish I had a rug that would stay in one place. They all end up scooching across the floor and ending up in random places.
I don't remember why I didn't have my earrings on after all. Okay. Oh, Echo Base Network is in here. Okay, yes, that's another one too. I was watching Echo Base Network last night. Sorry, I lost your comment. Oh, there you go. Southern Manners. Wait, which one? Which one did I do Southern Manners? Oh, me too, brother. Ha ha ha. been offered to do PR. Oh my god, Echo Base Network is in here. Shout out to y'all. Okay, and they are on full on Evie and Nick Investigates and Coach Investigates. Oh my god, I love them. Like, I feel like that's my oh yeah, saying sir is on always say, yeah. Although I moved to Boston and you can't say ma'am over there. They almost beat that out of me. I mean, it was instant. You can't say ma'am. Oh god, they get so offended. So that one, I never did stop saying buggy. I never did stop saying ain't or y'all. Oh my god, Down the Rabbit Hole News. Shout out to Rabbit. Down the Rabbit Hole News is the person who I've talked about many times here about when I was like falsely, unconstitutionally restrained from being able to talk. She would like make videos about my case, and like I didn't ask her to do that, but I'm very grateful that she did. I'm very grateful that she did, and
Let me get
shout out
something
to
that I
her.
can
She has a
hang my
YouTube
work
channel.
clothes
She
up.
covers
Put them
similar
like
topics to me. I
here.
don't think she's really been much on the bricks and minifigs, but she covers like David. She covered Diddy. She covers a lot of true crime, and she has like a social work background. And she is. I love her channel. I love her channel. Rabbit is the homie. Love her. Love her. Love her. Yeah. So Echo Base Network. I was watching their live last night, and they were talking too.
I think I'm gonna end up going back in my
about,
room
the
and doing some
storm that
yoga
knocked me
or
off
something.
on live stream.
I don't
think
know.
it made its way down
Don't
to
want to call it
wherever
yoga because
was.
it's not really that.
The storm that knocked me out
Heather
of the live stream.
yoga.
And knocked Echo Base Network Nick off of the live stream last night too.
I need to lift some weight on my left arm though. Where's my
Maybe not. Maybe it was a different storm, but it did happen. Okay, so yeah, I was watching their live stream last night, and they were talking about doing all kinds of investigating. They've been in contact apparently with store owner, or two or more. I don't know. I don't want to miss quote. I don't want to misstate. I'm doing this from memory. They're in the chat, but let me pull their channel up too, and just let y'all see it. I love watching their channel. It feels like I'm watching like my brother or my uncle or something. It's like very like, oh, that's my people. Like cousins, you know, but like older than me a little bit. And that's when like Nick is like my big brother. Like I feel like that sort of, you know, they're from the South. I just like them. They're very like authentic, I think. Except they got fussed at last night for using AI thumbnails. Oh, I've used them too before, and I will do it in the future too if I need to get something out fast. Okay, so this is their channel, Echo Base Network. As you can see, I'm subscribed even on my other channel, That Surprise Witness. That Surprise Witness is my like where I had done a bunch of my like early investigating and stuff like similar to this. So this is the live. I was watching it last night. Reckless Ben speaks out on YouTube.
It's so nice. I'm so happy. I love my new house so much.
They're in the chat here. Multiple.
I'm about to go in the garage and we're gonna take down the rug that I've been working on that I'm stuck. We had some issues ordering the yarn that I'm in need of, and so it's not going to be here for a while, so I can't wait any longer. I got to get something else going on the frame.
Just saying that. Oh, it's whoop whoop, right? Okay, so anyway, all right, so like I was saying, Ben had made a new Patreon last night, and there was a lot of threes I saw. I think that somebody might have somehow gotten wind and got the message to Ben of the things we've been talking about over here the last couple days about Medina Dore. Now, I'm not trying to say I found everything and all of that. It's really been a group effort, and I truly hate, like I don't hate a lot of stuff. I hate how the word community gets just used toward everything. It's aggravating to me. It's so stupid to me. Half the time it doesn't even grammatically make any damn sense. But it kind of feels like a community is sort of gathering here around this case. I mean, there's people from all over the world, people from all walks of life, people that normally wouldn't even be getting along. I mean, this case brings people together. And it's kind of like nice to see people giving other people credit. Like I've been involved in many stories like this over my years on YouTube. And this one has a sort of wholesome...
Oy, 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 oy.
Okay, when you compare this fan base, for example, like of this story to like Bam Margera's fans, which shout out to y'all, love y'all, that's the cousins too. But you know the vibe is different. The vibe is very different. And I'm, you know, real recognize real type of thing. So I'm not trying to say, oh, it was all me. I'm not trying to say that at all. Actually, in fact, and indeed, I got the search warrant. Somebody sent it to me in my email. I didn't even know that the search warrant was out like that. And apparently, who was it on Reddit? Golly, I forget his name. I've shouted him out before. He's the one found it. He's the one got it. The same guy who got, or I don't know, say guy, maybe it's a girl. Same person who got the all those audio recordings of the court. He also, or she, requested media access to the courtroom. He got denied it, but requested it. So he's been working really hard. He's been on the case, you know, posting on Reddit and stuff since way before I even knew about this case. So, golly, what was his?
Heather, put your milk away.
I'm
And
sure
your
we'll come
butter.
across something in a little bit, and I'll remind y'all of his name, and I'll link him down below. I'll link the videos down below if I remember. But anyway, so I think, even though it wasn't all me, I think Ben was watching the video, and there was stuff he talked about, the lawsuit, the wrongful death lawsuit against Medina Doorway, and all that. Well, I'm not going to play that one. However, we can listen to another one. Oh, yeah. Okay, I already had that. Okay, cool. Oh, let me just make sure. So Ben went on this. It was a live stream yesterday. So Ben Gorman's video appeared, Crystal Law's husband, appeared to be pre-recorded. But, like, it was pre-recorded before part 2 even came out. This is a live stream from last night. Now, this particular part of it, this 29-minute segment, is not a live stream. This is like a clip from the live stream. But as you can see, Ben and Victor both were on the live interview, and Ben is wearing the same shirt as he was wearing in this video from last night. So I mean, maybe he don't change his shirt, but more likely to me, it's the same day. And it's a really great interview. It's about 30 minutes long. The clip of it here. Let me post it here. He's in the first and last 30 minutes. Okay, cool. I just posted the link in the chat. I don't know if it'll show up for y'all or whatever, but you can get to this channel by going to ACOB. Give them a subscribe. Join Reckless Ben for a live update on the BAM scandal. Okay, we're not going to watch all of it. However, where was I trying to shout out BAM Sucks? Yeah, shout out to BAM Sucks. Yeah, he had to wait for the TRO. He waited for the TRO to be lifted. Okay, it is showing up. Okay, great.
Literally nobody is looking at my house thinking it's a shithole.
They Lied only has the hoodie in stock. Well, guess what, y'all? There might be some new They Lied merch coming up soon. It might be happening. Okay, shout out to cousin Victor from us here in East San Jose. Yeah, is Victor in here? I don't think so, right? Shout out to Victor. Okay, so I do want to go through a few things from this video. Let's see. Around the 3-minute mark, he mentions something similar to the things he said in the Patreon update. Again, he said, just to remind y'all, some extra dots we were able to connect after part 3 came out that might be really big soon. We'll see. Okay. So we go to like the 3-minute, 1 second mark for this. Now remember these guys, ACOB, they interviewed Ammon. Put a 2 in the chat if you remember they interviewed Ammon.
That they did that, I don't know, but at the same time too, I mean, I guess it kind of does suck if they like leak this stuff, because the other 12 videos I'm working on, like, I always say, like, I have nothing to hide except for I don't want my undercover stuff to be leaked, because then, like, if people find out, like, the stuff I'm still undercover, because there's, like, a lot of stuff where I'm still undercover, you know, if that gets leaked, then it would ruin the video, and that would suck. But besides that, like, I'm pretty much an open book, I guess. So as long as, like, the police don't leak, like, my other videos I'm working on, then I don't really care. But,
you're at various stages of completion. There's different sort of series you're working on concurrently?
Yeah, some of them I'm still undercover in, and we're trying to take down some more bad guys. But yeah, I just made a Patreon video literally like 10 minutes before this,
Okay.
where I kind of go into detail. Apparently, some internet sleuths were able to connect some dots that I didn't connect. Where, so they basically say there's an extortion charge, with, like basically that there's not an extortion charge. Is what the police confirm on. I think it's December 10th. And then 2 months later, on February 10th, they subpoena Google. They're like, hey, we're getting Ben for extortion. Can we have all this private information?
So he's like, the internet sleuths figured out the time gap. She knew there was no extortion. She admitted there was no extortion. She told Ammon there's no extortion. There's not even a code they could even possibly apply. But that didn't stop her 2 months later from going and putting that there was a probable cause that there was extortion in Ben's Google account files and all his private information from Google. So he's like telling last night, and I just did that live yesterday and the day before. I put out the short video clip as well, just to let y'all know. I know a lot of y'all and a lot of people out there would like to consume my content and watch my videos, but the videos are just too long. I totally understand. Like, I don't have time to watch nobody's 4-hour live stream either, so I do get it. Especially every day, like what I'm doing when you're trying to follow a case. So I actually, and I've been meaning to do this for a long time. I know it seems like I have like 1,000 YouTube channels, and I do, but I'm actually trying to sort of consolidate them, which requires kind of like a branding, marketing kind of shift. So I'm going to be starting, yes, another channel, but it's going to be in the same.
Nobody's trying to lose weight.
It's going to be called BJC Brief Down, and I'm
But
going to push.
thanks for spamming the chat.
In like 10 to 20 minutes.
Yeah,
there.
we definitely
so
do.
It won't be necessarily clips from the live streams, although I'll keep doing that.
I mean,
But
at
I'm
least
trying to
someone's
get it to our
talking.
3 channels. That's what I'm trying to get it to. So I have a documentary channel, a short kind of like video channel, and then my live show. So that's what I'm trying to move toward. I appreciate y'all, especially y'all who have been here since like the Britney Spears Instagram days. Like, y'all have followed me on 85 platforms by now.
Yes, we
I
have.
think I have an idea how to organize it now, and I'm going to head into that direction. But it does require starting one more new YouTube channel. But more info on that will be coming later. But I'm going to start making these videos like in more bite-sized amount.
I'm not nearly as flexible as I once was.
Invest all the time it takes to sit through these live streams, which thank y'all so much for people who do sit around and sit through these live streams with me. Because like I said at the very, very beginning of this investigation, I would be doing this
put on pants,
I would
and
be
then I'm
doing
gonna
these little like
do some
looking for
yoga. I
this,
think
looking
I'm
for
just gonna do it out here.
Anyway.
Where's my
But
dog?
it is cool to
No, I
do
can't.
it
My dog will be
live.
on top of me.
Okay, so I did put out like a little short video clip yesterday as well about specifically like this timeline thing. And so Ben's like, oh, some internet sleuths found it.
Because if they would have just said like, oh, we're trying to get Ben for trespassing, they would have given me all the stuff. So I mean, lying to Google, I think it's like a big no-no on the police department. But pretty interesting.
Who's going to hold them accountable, right? I mean, it's good that you're airing all this, hopefully.
Oh my God, icon legend moment. Oh my God, icon legend. This is my favorite part of the whole video. This question, when the host, he asks, who's going to hold them accountable? Oh man, it's iconic.
Charge, like basically that there's not an extortion charge is what the police confirm on. I think it's December 10th, and then 2 months later on February 10th.
Actually, I'll fill that up first.
Trying to step around you, bud. Take this downstairs anyway. Where's their charger? Didn't just totally did. Oops. Why isn't this machine working? going on, bro? Dude, why is my Wi-Fi not working? Dude, what the fuck's going on? Why isn't my Wi-Fi working? The machine is just not working. What the fuck, dude? Means I have to disconnect my fucking AC unit. Dude, this pisses me off. Why is this happening? Dude, why isn't my Wi-Fi machine working? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Be right back. I'm gonna text this guy. Okay, I just messaged the Wi-Fi guy. So hopefully it starts working here soon. Please don't do that, you motherfucker. Oh. Okay, so now we've got some lights happening on the Wi-Fi box, but something still ain't right. It's very dark in here. Take these downstairs, go get my drink, turn on the AC, grab leggings, some kind of pants. Pants! Where are my pants? The ones I want, specifically. They're in the drawer. This is why I can't have drawers. Just lose all my shit. Okay. Right. What else am I gonna do? Drink, towels, pants. AC. Let's put this over here so I don't accidentally spill. 'Cause I'm a big girl. I'll go downstairs with me next trip. Should I do the treadmill or should I do this? I think I'll do, I walk enough. I don't think I'm missing out on any steps. My watch tells me that I'm in like a high percentile of people who stroll. Okay, I need to figure out how to let my AC operate. Oh yeah, I did pay the Wi-Fi bill. I've had dreadlocks for 16 years. Did I switch it out? I did. Wow. Did that mindlessly. All right, let's get the stretcher. Oh yeah, my Wi-Fi is not. Oh yeah, it should be working now. Yay, Wi-Fi's working.
We're getting done for extortion. Can we have all this private information? Because if they would have just said like, oh, we're trying to get done for trespassing, they would have given me all the stuff. So I think they lied to Google. I think it's like a big no-no in the police department. But pretty interesting.
But who's gonna hold them accountable, right? I mean, it's good that you're airing all this.
Me?
Hopefully,
Me?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, hopefully, someone. God, man.
Ben's
Also,
gonna
this
hold
is
them
my brother. We
responsible
fell
now.
off the same freaking mothership, I swear. Who's gonna hold them accountable? Guess it's gonna have to be me. The easy way, the hard way. You're gonna shut up one person. Well, here I come. Tap me in. Tap me in. Me. I just thought that was so precious. One more time. That's my favorite part.
But pretty interesting.
But who's gonna hold them accountable, right? I mean, it's good that you're airing all this.
Me?
Hopefully, that's what I
Me?
mean. That's what I mean. Like, hopefully, someone. God, man. So, someone.
Very cute. Very precious. Okay, there was another part about of that video I wanted to play for y'all. So, okay, so hooray, hooray! Ben now knows. We know Ben knows about the lies in the search warrant. You know, it's very interesting because I was pretty sure he already knew that. He did not know that. He did not put it together yet, the timeline. I was pretty sure he knew that. I thought that was kind of what he was trying to get at in his part 3 video, where he was like, they knew who I was already. They didn't need the search warrant. They already knew. This is just a big performance. I thought he was like, yeah, they already knew. But he hadn't put it, he said it on his Patreon video, he had not put it together, that she said it to Ammon that there is no extortion. But then later, 2 months later, she got a search warrant saying there was probable cause that his emails were going to have evidence of extortion when she knew there was no extortion. He didn't know that. And so he says he didn't know that, so he updated that. I know, he's precious. Okay, so there was another part of this video though that I wanted to show y'all. We know now he knows about the lies and the search warrant regarding Medina Dore. I showed y'all the part where he said me. That was my favorite part of the video because it was like relatable to me. I'm kind of like that type of personality type. He's been doing other interviews. I mentioned that he did an interview with Ben Gorman. I think there's going to be another part coming out to that where they did another interview on a different day. And also, there's going to be an interview tomorrow with Ben live with Sheldon Norcross. Ben's going to be answering questions, Q&A, tomorrow. So if y'all want to get your questions in to Ben, head on over to Sheldon's channel. I'm trying to get him up to 10,000. Sheldon Norcross. And it will be coming tomorrow. He said don't hold him to that time specifically. It is currently scheduled for 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. But this is going to be tomorrow, a live Q&A. So Ben is kind of seemingly making the podcast circuit rounds, as it were, and doing interviews, answering questions. People who had done interviews with him are now putting them out. I don't know if y'all saw the Papa Meat video. That one was good as well. Hilarious cartoons. Very interesting. Yeah, Ben and Sheldon will be together in person. So he has been doing interviews. There was something else on this one I wanted to tell y'all, and it was about the ownership of bricks and minifigs. Okay, and that's really like the substance, the heart and soul of today's video. An hour in, we get into it. You know, that might be a record for me. Sometimes I don't get into the heart and soul of the video for 3 hours. So that's the heart and soul of today's video. Is it true that the Brimhall statement is unsworn? I have no idea. I don't know if it is or isn't. I don't actually know. Thank you, Rose Investigates, for the $2. I don't actually know if what sworn and unsworn really means. Now, y'all do know I requested the Adam Brimhall statement from the police, the Provo police, and they wouldn't give it. Well, I didn't request it. It was so free. Thanks so much to you for requesting it. She did it for me. One of my calls to action in the chat, she requested it, and they didn't send it to her, but they sent her a summary, which I showed on a video before, and they sent her a denial letter. So I don't know why they won't just give it. But we are going to talk more about the Adam Brimhall statement, Rose Investigates, in a little bit on the video. I don't really know, off the top of my head, I don't really remember from the NPRE or the bard's name or whatever it was. I don't think for $2. I don't really remember what sworn and unsworn means. Does it mean notarized? Like, there's like differences between, like, you can sign something under penalty of perjury, but then there's like also notarized. It takes it to a different level, and I forget the specific legal terms of art. Yes, thank you so much. Everybody, give some claps, give some snaps for Sode Freak 89. She said you're welcome. She's the one who requested that for me, because y'all know when I request that, they don't want to send it. Okay, so anyway, back on track. There's another part of this video. It talks about ownership of bricks and minifigs, and that's kind of the meat and potatoes of the video today. So let me just find the timestamp. Where is it? Okay. So this is going to be around the 11-minute, 30-second mark.
So
Well, one thing, what I was going to tell you, I think when the question came up was, and I might have missed it, but one of the big issues people have stated is like, everyone's like wanting to overthrow or fire the CEO and the COO and all that. We've all heard that. But then right behind that, people would say, well, actually they can't because they're the owners. But recently I found out they have a lot of shares, but it is a family member. But there is someone who has 51% of the shares.
Yeah.
That is either one of the McNeff brothers.
Brimhall or whatever,
Huh?
that guy.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say lots of things
Oh my
about
God,
him.
look at
I haven't really
Victor.
done my
I didn't
research.
even notice Victor's face. Oh, he knows something. Oh, he's got that sneaky little face on his face. Look at Victor's face when Ben is talking. He's like he can't even keep a straight face. Do y'all hear this news? Do y'all hear this allegation? I won't call it news. Do y'all hear this accusation, that Ammon McNeff and his brother are not even the majority owners of the company. Somebody else owns more of it than them. And then Ben's like, oh yeah, that Brimhall guy. And like, what? Also, at the same time, also still look at Victor's face. When Ben is talking about Brimhall, Victor looks like he, what does Victor know?
I know they have a lot of shares, but it is a family member. But there is someone who has 51% of the shares.
Yeah.
That is neither one of the McNeff brothers.
Brimhall or whatever. That guy.
Yes.
They both are saying
Yeah. I've had a lot of people say lots of things about him. I haven't really done my research into him, so there's a lot of people upset with him.
I noticed that too, little lamb. He's their family? Oh man, y'all are gonna, we're gonna be here a while today. I got some stuff to show y'all I found. Y'all are gonna faint. Y'all are gonna freak out at some of this stuff I got today. Each of the things I have in and of itself isn't like that earth-shattering, but when you put it all together,
But what do you think? I mean, I was like, ooh, who is that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's family member. Back more to that,
It's
more
a
of the
family?
Yeah,
story
I
sounds
want to
like
give him the
there.
benefit of the doubt. Maybe those people are just mad at him for whatever reason, but it's never done anything to me, so I'd be willing to hear him out and be like, hey, how do we solve this, you know? Right now I can't, it's illegal for me to talk to him, but if for whatever reason this TRO gets off, I would love to talk to him and see how we could resolve everything, you know, in like a peaceful way.
stop, Arthur, stop. It's, what was her name? Sue? It's Sue Donaldson. Just kidding, that's a joke.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the offer's on the table with literally anyone, you know, to try and figure this thing. Like, let's just, like, who cares about like all the drama? Let's just figure this out, you
It
know.
does seem like they're saying that. Look, I gotta say, I'm gonna type a little disclaimer. Hold on. Disclaimer, I don't know any of this to be fact, anything being said on this interview. These are public statements made by third parties, namely Ben and Victor and the hosts of ACOB. I don't know if this is true or not. I have no way to confirm or validate if it's true or not. But the way that they're talking is like they know. He did say, I heard. He said, I heard. So anybody could be hearing anything, right?
To him, so there's a lot of people upset with him.
But what do you think? I mean, I was like, ooh, who is that? Oh, it's family member. Back more to that, more of the
Yeah,
story
I
sounds
want to
like
give him the
there.
benefit of the doubt. Maybe those people are just mad at him for whatever reason, but it's never done anything to me, so I'd be willing to hear him out and be like, hey, how do we solve this, you know? Right now I can't, it's illegal for me to talk to him, but if for whatever reason this TRO gets off, I would love to talk to him and see how we could resolve everything, you know, in like a peaceful way.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the offer's on the table with literally anyone, you know, to try and figure this thing. Like, let's just, like, who cares about like all the drama? Let's just figure this out, you know. That's always been my take, but they don't want to do that, so then I have to add drama in order to get their attention. But
What else is included with that? Are you allowed to? So it's anyone from the case, or can you talk to Brian? I'm just trying to figure out.
I can talk to Brian. Brian's
Okay.
not. Brian's not like bricks and minifigs, so I can talk to
Got it. So
Brian.
it's anything with them, and that's it.
I'm not allowed to talk to Victor though. There's an invisible wall between us, so we can't talk.
Yeah.
But
Okay, so the way they said that, yeah, the views and opinions do not affect those of me or my LLC.
.llc.
Hold on a second. I need a moment. I hate when people say, hold on a second. I don't like when people are imprecise with language, but it is like such a common saying.
Okay, report me.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay. So. Alright. Okay, so those were like the two things that I wanted to show y'all from that video. Okay, the two or three main points. So the interviewer mentions that the host, sorry, I don't know his name, but that's over there on the channel ACOB. He mentions there's a 51% owner, and it's not Ammon, the president and CEO. The president and CEO, and it's not Matt, the COO. They're not the 51% owner, even combined, and that's two of them. And that's reminding me of somewhat of the situation, the business arrangement that was set up for Ammon and Matt with Legally Mine. They were owners of that company, but their dad had like a 79% ownership. Ammon had 11% or something, if I recall correctly, and Matt had 10. Now they have broken up. And they apparently no longer have shares in Legally Mine, and Dan McNeff no longer has any ownership interest in Bricks and Minifigs. Apparently these companies have broken apart. But when they were going through the courts and suing each other, the dad and the sons, a lot of the information of their business arrangement came out public. And one of the things that came out was Ammon and Matt were owners of Legally Mine, but not majority owners. Their dad was the majority owner. So now we're being told, or it is being speculated publicly by not only Reckless Ben, but also, other YouTubers are saying that another YouTuber has said, ACOB has said, oh, I heard that there's an owner who owns 51% of the company. So, let me reference my notes here. If Ammon and Matt are not the only owners of this company, and there's other owners, who are the other owners? So I have some theories, and we do have some players to choose from. We're getting told it was possibly Brimhall. Okay, we'll keep him to the side. Now, what I can say for sure is that it has been publicly reported that Reed Brimhall is
What a weirdo.
is one of the owners of Bricks and
Nope.
Minifigs. This has been
They don't
publicly
smell
reported,
good.
and we covered this on the channel from
Oh
that,
yeah, I'm
Profile
spotting.
Magazine
Shit, I
article
am
that
on
was
my period.
published,
So I
it was in
believe you.
2020.
Thank you.
So I don't know where it stands today. A whole lot can happen in 6 years. But from the looks of things, Reed Brimhall is an owner. Okay, like we already saw that Profile Magazine. We'll take another look at it later, but that was listed publicly. But I'm trying to figure out how many owners there could be. I mean, math ain't my strong suit. But
No,
if there's at
I'm
least
good
3
actually.
owners,
But thank
that
you
would
for
be
reminding me.
Matt and
Holy
Reed.
shit, I would have been in trouble. I didn't have
Maybe
nothing
there's more
to protect
owners. Maybe
myself.
there's just 3. I do think it's interesting that the way this company's been advertised is like, or the way it's been kind of presented is like, Ammon and Matt are the only owners. Nobody else is an owner. And to find out there's other owners of the actual company does bring to mind a lot of questions. It calls into question a lot of the representations that have been made on the financial disclosures. Like they say that Reed was the CFO. We're going to get into a lot of this stuff. But the question, and I'm referencing my notes here, this is the main research question for today. The main one. There's many, but if Ammon and Matt are not the only owners, and we know for sure that Reed is at least, or was at least at some point, an owner of some degree to some percentage, I originally, way back.
Thank you so much for reminding me.
About a month ago at this point, speculated that Dan McNeff was an owner of this company. He has come out now and publicly admitted that he used to be the CEO, and I'm not sure if he's come out publicly and admitted that he used to own it, but we did find those court documents, Exhibit F. Whoever gave me that information, thank you. That was during the live stream, where it did show that Ammon and Matt had been
That was a close call.
assigned
Thank you.
to the Bricks and the Minifigs, and then I found some other documents, some court documents that said David Ortiz maybe had some type of financial still hang up, the original.
My kid is at his last day of summer camp right
So there's all
now.
that going on.
So excited for him.
Now, like I said, from the beginning I've wondered, does Legally Mine and or Dan McNabb have ownership interest in Bricks and Minifigs? And even though Dan is not particularly trustworthy, he himself has publicly stated that he has nothing to do.
Text Grandpa Josh. Does Elliot have his watch
He
on
stated
him?
that he is completely not involved in any way.
Okay.
So who does that leave? Who does that leave? I mean, I guess infinity other people. But to think about, if you're an owner of Bricks and Minifigs right now, and you're not Ammon and you're not Matt, maybe it's Reed, maybe it's Reed's purported son. Reportedly, publicly it's been reported that that's Reed's son is Adam. We're gonna get into him. A little segment for him today. What would your incentives be as an owner?
My
of
house
Bricks
smells so
and
good.
Minifigs
You wish it
right
stunk.
now? Think about it. Think about the context. Think about the timeline. Think about the world they're living in. If you're an owner of Bricks and Minifigs,
When you guys
right now,
say
you're
stuff
not
like
Ammon,
that, it
you're
really
not
just
Matt,
lets people know what kind of a person
no matter
you
who
are. So
you're probably sitting here.
that's what I love about myself, honestly, is that people cannot stop themselves. If they're a terrible person, they cannot stop themselves. They have to say something. And when they do, now there's no way that they can come up in your life and like manipulate, because like they've outed themselves. You'll never fool me, into thinking you're a nice person. Oh my God, RC, it's so fucking nice. It's so nice. I don't get snagged on anything. I have room for activities like what I'm doing now. I love it so much. I'm happy. I'm so fucking happy. I really need to finish this so that I can go down in the garage. I need to make a rug, or at least start on my next project. I have to make a rug for the girl who did my logo, and I have 2 portraits on like coming up right now that I need to do. I have to draw a portrait, so I got a lot of shit to do. But I've been held up because I ran out of the background color of the rug I was working on, and so unfortunately I've just been stuck. And the person who the rug is for, apparently, like life happens. It took a few days. When she tried to order it, apparently it's a big fiasco. So I had to order it myself this morning. She sent me the money and I went ahead and ordered it this morning. So the yarn is on its way now, but it's still going to take like 2 weeks, and I cannot wait another 2 weeks. I was like hoping it was going to show up at my house any day now. So I can't wait any further. I have to start moving forward on the next couple of projects. Like I have somebody blocked who I literally work for on Facebook because I can't risk them seeing what I'm working on. And it's been like a month. So I need glasses today. Where's my drink? I think I'm dehydrated and I started my period, and that's just never a great combination. What am I doing?
You're thinking, scratching your head. All right, we're in a mess here. Ammon and Matt clearly are not captaining this ship appropriately. I tried to give these fools PR advice a month ago. I tried to tell these people what to do. Sit down with Brian in actual good faith, come to a mutual resolution. He seems very reasonable to me, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to try and bankrupt these people. I wouldn't blame him if he did, but it seems to me like he just wants to be made whole, bring all the players to the table, and then, yes, swallow your pride. Do a little chicken dance. Do a little collaboration with Ben. Have a sense of humor. Be funny. Take it on the chin.
There's no way they can
And
do
this
that
could have
at
been
this
over
point.
a month ago. Oh, remember when that was Lego thing? Oh, yeah, they apologized and did the dance with Ben all as well. Like, I already tried to tell them to do that. Nobody listens to me. And it was free. It was free PR advice I gave them. But they didn't take it. Okay, and now Ammon, every single time, truly every single time he comes out and does an interview, he says something else contradictory. That makes him look like a liar. And then the more public records we keep getting, whether it be business records, court filings, court audio recordings, another part of the Ben series, whatever the case may be, the more information we keep getting, the more it looks like Ammon is just lying all the time. It's getting worse and worse. So put yourself in the position of one of these other owners who, probably at this point gone out of their way to stay out of the spotlight. What are those people doing right now?
This muscle is
How are
so
those people
weak
moving?
right here.
These are the questions I'm wondering.
So I have to like
And
point
what
my
would those
elbow
people's
to up,
incentives actually be?
and I have to like
If you
just
own
focus
Rugged
on the
Tuft,
elbow
you don't
being
wanna
up,
lose all the money that you put
so
into
that I
it,
can
right?
target
You
this
get
muscle
money.
right here.
If it is Reed,
It
he's
is
the
weak.
CFO.
But it's
What
getting
about Adam
stronger.
Brimhall?
What I'm
about
doing is
Josh Johnson?
what I've been doing has been
Responsible
working.
owners, Brandon Best.
Also doing like
These are the questions I'm wondering.
this in the car by putting my hand on like
I'm gonna
this.
start with the company
Just doing
CFO,
this exercise
Reed
is
Brimhall.
making a difference in the
Let me
strength
pull
of
up
that
my-
muscle. That's how weak it is.
Free form. And just orient to where we are on the map real quick.
Now that it's activated a little bit, I might be able to use it otherwise. There we go.
Okay. So I moved Reed Brimhall. I originally had him over here in the corner. But I really can't find any connection between him and Legally Mine. So I moved him off the Legally Mine corner for now. And I have, just some of the stuff we already looked at the other day. He worked for Cincy as the CFO for a time, about 10 years, I think. Or I guess less than 10, 7. And then there's the bricks and minifigs. I just kind of started collecting together some of the jobs some of the hats, like the hat analogy, some of the hats he's worn. 2023 financial disclosure document in Minnesota, he was listed as a franchise seller. Again in 2025, alongside Joshua Johnson. Not only Joshua Johnson, but also the original co-founder, David Ortiz. He was still in the 2025 documents listed as a franchise seller. So it's
Trying to
starting
target that
look
muscle
like
is
maybe
fucking
David
hard.
Ortiz didn't just sell his company and run off into the sunset. It's starting to look like he sold some or all of his interest in the company, but still kind of remain somewhat involved. I mean, this is the 2025 financial disclosure document in Minnesota. It clearly lists BAM franchises.
No, I have my AC
franchise
on.
sellers: Ammon, Matt, Matthew Thomas, Reed Brimhall, Carson Bird, Darren Hicks, where we'll get to him one of these days, Ashley Wells, Josh Johnson, I think this is the Kai guy, Kiwi Amini, Ernesto Olaza, and David Ortiz, the original co-founder. So I'm like, now I'm kind of starting to wonder, does David Ortiz still have an ownership interest somehow in this company? Did he
You're
give
clawing me.
all of
Can
his
you let
ownership-
go?
Did he
Ow.
relinquish all of the ownership interest in the
Ow.
company? Maybe
What?
he did. I don't know.
What?
But Josh Johnson's listed here too, and this is the 2025 financial disclosure statement, okay? So he's CFO, owner of a store, a franchise store, I believe it's in Boise. 2023 and
No, I'm not
2025,
naive. I
at
just
least, he was listed
refuse
as a
to,
franchise seller. He also has some
acknowledge
other jobs at other companies, Driven Capital.
its
He's
immaturity.
the CFO of that company. So I wanted to look into this guy today. Okay, we're hearing online on public interviews that he might be a 51% owner, and maybe he's family, whatever that means, whatever that would mean, if true. So I want to bring your attention back to something we have already looked at, but it was before the whole Medina Dore fiasco. So let me just bring it back here. There's a public article, profilemagazine.com. Reed Brimhall defines his own success. After a long and distinguished career in finance, Reed Brimhall took a position at Cincy, that would allow him to spend more time with his family. Now, Cincy is a direct sales marketing company. Some people have called it an MLM.
It is an
and Some
MLM.
people have called it a pyramid scheme.
It is
It's
a
an
pyramid
LDS
scheme.
company. Owners, the people that have it, they're LDS, they're Mormons, and it's basically this. I think it's essential oils that are scented.
Waxes.
Okay, so Reed Brimhall was on time for his interview. We did read this, but since we're starting on Reed again, I wanted to read this article again. He was on time for his interview. He carried a folder loaded with copies of his impressive resume as he made his way from the parking lot to the building. The sun bounced off the glass facade. What is this, a romance novel? The sun bounced off the glass facade, revealing his reflection on the door. He saw his best pinstriped suit. A perfect Windsor knot. He was ready. This is all just, okay, they could have just said Reed showed up for his interview. They could have just left this whole part out, too. He stepped inside and was greeted by a troll at the reception desk. Cincy, a direct sales company based in Meridian, Idaho, was celebrating Halloween. CEO Orville Thompson met Reed wearing jeans and a Metallica t-shirt. Oh my God, that reminds me of when, oh my God, what is it with these rock and roll t-shirts and jeans? Josh Johnson was wearing that. Remember he was wearing, I guess it wasn't rock and roll, it was like Jack Daniels or some type of like rock tee style with jeans barefoot in his front yard. And then he had Ammon coming to the door of the never happened, this is now extortion in that same outfit, girl. Is it a uniform? Either button down and
My
tie
poor little weak muscles.
or rock tee, girl. Anyway, the candidate, that's where you
Might
didn't know if
try to
Thompson's
see if I
outfit
can
was a
barter
costume,
with
but he was
somebody,
aware that
like a
Cincy's
personal
culture was
trainer,
a bit
and see if I could
unusual.
like clean their
Brimhall
house.
went home
Or-
with an offer to step in as the organization's new CFO. In many ways, the hire was a perfect fit for both parties. As it continued to expand, Cincy needed a veteran finance leader to create the infrastructure to support its growth. Brimhall, nearing retirement, wanted a fun and flexible assignment. During the more than 40 years he's worked in finance, he has often had to make sacrifices to do what was best for both his career and his family. He studied at Idaho State, a career at Touche Ross, now Deloitte, in the firm's Boise office. His family was able to put down roots. He was not. I'm looking for the bricks and things. The direct sales fragrance product. Brimhall has decided to stop working full time, but will stay on as an advisor in 2021. Okay. Lego fans can also find Brimhall at Bricks and Minifigs, a resale shop his family opened in 2016. For the Brimhalls, operating a BAM franchise is more than a business venture. Quote, I saw how hard it was for my autistic son to earn respect and find opportunities in life. So I decided to do something about it myself. His son loves Lego, and working at the store helped him to master life skills. Brimhall is now part owner. Brimhall is now part owner and CFO of BAM Franchising, okay? So this is where it was already stated publicly in 2020, he does not just a store, right? Not just a store, not just some store. No, they say the company's name.
Okay.
Not he owns a Bricks and Minifigs location. No.
It's weird
He is
that.
now a part owner and
you know
CFO of
what?
BAM
I just
Franchising.
realized.
But running his own store is a family affair. Walk into their Boise
Yep.
location,
Okay.
and you'll find family.
It's weird that my channel has so many bots.
Robotics events, ordering inventory, and working with customers. He tells his students to define what success means for them. I left my dream job, repeatedly took steps back to give my family what it needed. That's success to me. And now he's ready to enjoy what he calls the best part of life, his grandchildren. Okay, so the big takeaway from this article is that it was publicly mentioned in this portfolio write-up, this portfoliomagazine.com article. As of 2020, Reed Brimhall is a part owner, and he is CFO of BAM Franchising, okay? He also owns, or partially owns, companies that own their own stores. Like he owns stores too, like he's like a franchisee as well.
Saint Brigid. pretty badass bitch.
I don't know. So, I wanted to remind y'all of that. I wanted to remind y'all that last night on the live stream, ACOB said that Reed was a part owner of Bricks and the Minifigs. Excuse me, BAM Franchising, and he owned more than Ammon and Matt. So I'm gonna, circling back around to my questions, who owns Bricks and Minifigs? Is it only them? How much do each of them own? I don't know. But what would the people's incentives be right now who have entrusted Ammon specifically, but also Matt as the COO, to run this company, to be the captains of this ship, and looking at the last month or two at how they've handled this scandal, would you trust them to continue on? The shareholders, the stockholders of this company, the shareholders and stockholders, and what is it? What's the word? It's
Just
like
trying to get these little
like
muscles back here. No,
business
not
word.
Sailor
It's
Moon.
like escaping me right now. It's like a stakeholder. The stakeholders, the stockholders. And then I just keep thinking about that BAM Franchising Inc. that was started yesterday. And I'm now remembering how Ammon McNeff did, allegedly according to court documents, kind of orchestrated a hostile takeover with his brother where they went and filed new business papers, taking Dan off. And I'm just, these are the things I'm thinking about. Is this how are they all in on it together, or are they all kind of always one-upping each other?
I don't want to have
I'm
to
thinking about the
worry
relational
that.
dynamics as well, because at its heart, this is a family affair, right? This is a family, legally
What do I
runs a
have?
family business. BAM appears to be, Bricks and Minifigs,
I'm gonna go upside down to here. in a second.
franchising appears to be a family business. These are family dynamics that have to come into play. And so it's like, all right, we know Dan does not get along with, allegedly,
ourselves up
according
in
to
this
Dan,
motherfucker.
has not been talking to Ammon and Matt for like years. And it's also been reported that Adam Brimhall is Reed Brimhall's son. They both work at Bricks and Minifigs still, so apparently I guess they still talk. So is it kind of like a father and a son over here, a father and
think
two
this thing
sons
is a little
over
bit
here? These
small.
ones are broken up, and then these two are still staying together, and
Now I
they're
don't
just
have to
sitting idly by waiting to pounce on the opportunity to take back control of this Bricks and Minifigs. I don't know. These are just things I'm wondering as I make my way through the research. Okay? So, I'm just looking at my stuff. I want to see what I want to talk about next. I have it in order here, but okay, I know what I want to do. All right. Let me show y'all, remind y'all of something from the web again. That's what I want to do next. Still, we're going to stay on Reed, the possible 51% owner of this company. I don't know why they're saying that. I have no idea why they would be saying that, truly. I don't know. Nobody's telling me something from inside the company or anything. But I mean, y'all saw on the video just now, Ben and ACOB both seem to have like the understanding that this guy owns a lot of the company of Bricks and Minifigs. But also, he's a franchise store owner. He's an officer, the CFO. He's apparently has been listed as a director at this foreign entity in Utah, but that one's dissolved. But now there's a new one, but that's Larry Schmidt. Franchise seller, he's been listed as a franchise seller. And he was listed as a registered agent for BAM Franchising Inc. in Utah, but it's now dissolved. Officer director. So he actually, when you look at it, I mean, the guy has a whole lot of involvement with Bricks and Minifigs. I mean, he's not just doing the books. Like, he's in it. So that makes me wonder, does this guy have a history? Does this guy have a history of any impropriety? Is, that he gives the benefit of the doubt to people? He said, oh yeah, I would be happy to talk to him or whatever. I'm approaching this with a little more suspicion, because to me it almost seems like it was kind of being hidden that he was an owner, and almost kind of like obscured on purpose, like, oh, Ammon and Matt are the owners. The means only the owners. I don't know. I'm just like, let's look at the actual record. Let's look at the actual record. And this is something that we did already look at on the video that I did the other day, but I just want to remind y'all. This company here, Driven Capital. Now, he does list on his LinkedIn. Let me just make sure that's true. Yeah, he does. Okay. So this is a screenshot I took from his LinkedIn right here. You know, like the job experience section. Chief Financial Officer of Driven Capital LLC. Chief Financial Officer of BAM Franchising. Chief Executive Officer. So he was the CEO. He is still the CEO of the Boise Bricks and Minifigs store. He has Cincy listed here. He has URS listed here. Okay, so he has on his own LinkedIn, Driven Capital LLC is a company. He is the
Damn it, my cat scratched up my yoga mat.
To present. So this started in January 2019 and it goes all the way into today. So Driven Capital, I started doing some research into, and I find this document right here. Excuse me. And I find this. You know, this is like one of those public crawler website type of things.
Too much blood is going on my face.
It's not like a .gov
I'm not
or
doing that
anything,
anymore.
but it lists
Going
Reed
upside down.
Brimhall and another guy, Scott
boobs are hanging
Payroll,
out.
as the managing member for
Not much
Driven
stuff,
Capital
and I was
LLC.
just doing
So
some
there's this
stretching
public
and
connection
relaxing. I might
between
take a
Scott
nap.
and Reed.
I don't know.
Scott
Haven't
Payron,
really decided.
P-Y-R-O-N. Like almost like the
Probably
an
gonna go
agent,
work.
but with instead of a T, it's a R. Okay, and then Reed Brimhall. So I'm like, okay, that's something. And then I came across this document right here from the Idaho. Oops. Oh, no. From the Idaho secretary. No, excuse me. Securities Commission. Okay, so he's the CFO. He's the CFO. Reed Brimhall. Even according to his own LinkedIn, he is the CFO of Driven Capital LLC. And I found a public connection that the other person associated with this Driven Capital LLC alongside Reed Brimhall is Scott Payron. So I found this Driven Capital LLC. So this is the 2022 annual report from the Idaho Department of Finance. Now we know he is, Reed is associated with stuff in Idaho because he lives in Idaho. He's got the Boise Bricks and Minifigs and all that. So this is the report.
Oh damn! I should use my neck pillow first.
The Securities Bureau.
Put it all away.
Securities like monies, like securities.
Got one of
exchange,
these things. I found it at Goodwill for $3.99. They were like $25 on TikTok.
2022.
I held out and I didn't want to get one.
Administrative
$25.
orders issued
Piece of fucking
and
rubber.
civil enforcement actions initiated or completed under the Idaho Uniform Securities Act.
All right,
Driven
let's
Capital
go
LLC,
fucking get to
Scott
work.
Payron,
We're tired.
P-E-Y-R-O-N. Agreement and undertaking entered almost exactly 5 years ago. $5,000 in penalties and a $250,000 rescission. Driven Capital, Scott Payron. Now wait, who was the CFO of this company in?
We'll be back, BJ. The Wi-Fi works downstairs. The guy didn't bring me one. And then he said that I wouldn't need one. But I totally do need something. Turn this AC off as well. Dude, this tripod one day hit me in the face, tipped over and hit me in the face, right in my temple. It gave me a fucking, like a mild concussion. And I also had a black eye for like, well, not a black eye, I guess, but I had a big purple fucking, oh, my laundry's done. Okay, let's do the laundry first, and we'll go to work. it right here as soon as I talk about it. Jump in the line, rock your body on time. Okay, I believe you.
And 2022. Who was the CFO? Pop quiz. Reed Brimhall. So while his name isn't listed here, and I have no idea what exactly happened, there was some type of settlement entered into. Agreement and undertaking. And this Scott Payron from Driven Capital LLC has agreed to pay $5,000 in penalties and $250,000 in rescission. Now, this is going to seem like I'm going all over the place, but I think by the time I am through with some of this, you're going to see why I showed you this. So just bear with me. 1,000 miles to go before we sleep or whatever, okay? So just hold that in your mind, right? We're here on the map. But I want to just scoot over here and remind you of someone else who was sanctioned in the amount of exactly $5,000 for in a very similar way, agreeing to settle for this amount. It was Dan McNeff. Now, this might seem unrelated, and it might be unrelated, but they live close together in my brain, and I'm seeing some patterns. So I just want to show y'all this, right? Remember, Legally Mine had to pay $5,000 in sanctions for the unauthorized practice of law. And so did Dan McNeff. And they had to agree to not do business in the state of Ohio anymore. Now, in and of itself, that is completely unrelated and has absolutely nothing really to do with whatever's going on over here with Reed Brimhall, other than it's the exact same amount that Reed Brimhall's apparent business, I'll say apparently, business associate, they've been publicly put together, Payron and Reed, he had to pay the $5,000. Now, the $250,000 rescission is obviously a much more substantial amount. And again, I'm not putting any of this on Reed Brimhall. I'm just doing a public inquiry into public documents, and this is a document we've already looked at. It doesn't say Reed's name. It just says Scott Payron, and he is the managing member of the company. Now, I have submitted a public records request for the undertaking, the agreement and undertaking. I have not received it, and I don't know if I will. So beyond what's listed right here on this page, I don't really know what happened with Driven Capital LLC and what led to the $5,000 in penalties or the $250,000 rescission, the agreement they entered into. On its face, as of right now, I really don't know what that was about, what that was for, if Reed had anything to do with it. But remember, the whole reason that I'm looking into this at all in the first place is because I'm trying to find, does Reed have a history of sanctions? Does Reed have a history of getting in trouble? Remember when we looked, put a 4 in the chat. Remember when we looked at the Dan McNeff broker information, the FINRA broker check, and it appeared in the late 80s, early 90s, he had gotten in trouble with the SEC or the whatever the governing body was, and he was no longer allowed to practice being a broker or whatever. I don't know the exact legal words for this stuff, so don't quote me on this, but let me just bring y'all back to the web and remind you, it was back in the 90s or 80s. I think it was the early 90s. 91. FINRA discipline, Daniel J. McNeff. Bring this up. Google Chrome. Okay, I got it right here. Let me just switch the viewer screen around. Okay, I think it's on page, oh shoot. I think it was on page 19. I don't know why. I don't know why I think that. Page 9, where is it? Was it 9? 6. The control F is not working. Oh, here it is, right here, page 9. Daniel J. McNeff. I have like a photographic memory, but it's not perfect. It's like a blurry. It's like a drunk photo. So I could see it in my mind's eye in the corner of the page, Daniel J. McNeff, and I could see up at the top corner there was a 9, but I didn't know if it was 19, 29, 39, 99. Okay, here it is right here. Daniel J. McNeff, registered representative, Escondido, California. He was fined $15,000, and barred from association with any member of the NASD in any capacity. The sanctions were based on findings that he failed to respond to NASD requests for information concerning his termination from a member firm. So he had gotten fired from an NASD member firm, Dan did, and he, according to the NASD or whatever, he failed to answer questions about it. He got censured. He had to pay $15,000. He couldn't be hired as a registered representative, like broker or whatever anymore. Okay, cool, great, fine, whatever. So, kind of reminds me of, you know, the legally mine, unauthorized practice of law, like, you know, kind of like these little slaps on the wrist do keep following Dan throughout his career. And so this is the kind of stuff I was looking for Reed. Hopefully, I would not find any, right? Hopefully, you would expect the CFO of the Bricks and the Mini Pigs to not have any, you know, slaps on the wrist, slaps on the hand in his background. Well, look what I found. Let's travel across the way. Back down to Reed Brimhall land.
You don't have to understand. It's the beauty.
Okay, so we talked about this, Idaho.
Our multifaceted world.
What was it, like?
You don't have to understand in order for it to continue.
Sanctioning a company.
Its function
that Reed is
doesn't
the
rely
CFO
on
for
your
already.
comprehension.
Again, I'm not putting any of that blame on Reed Brimhall, you know, but it's a little close.
It depends on how you react to things you don't understand. Are you hateful and evil? Or are you just like, oh, something I don't understand.
I'll pull his document up.
Just doing its thing.
Right around the same time in history, only the next year after Daniel J. McNeff was fined $15,000 and wasn't allowed to practice brokering or whatever anymore. The very next year, a man named Reed Brimhall was also censured. Let me pull up the public evidence of such. Okay, this is August 2nd, 1992. Robert Domingue, or maybe it's Dominguez, denied the right to practice for 10 months, and Reed Brimhall censured for small business investment company audit. Small business investment company audit. Robert Domingue, CPA, has consented to be censured and denied the right to practice before the additional conduct during the 1985 audit by Touche Rawson Company of the Fluid Corporation of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and its small business investment company subsidiaries. Put a 5 in the chat if you're starting to pick up what I'm putting down here. Maybe, do I sound schizophrenic? Or do I sound like I'm mentioning things you find to be material? Thank you, Rose, for the $2. When they consent to censure, there is no discovery. Good to know. It does seem like that's one of the things they've been scared of, is getting discovery. Don't know. I want to download this document so I can mark on it and annotate it. So just give me a moment, please. Oh, I can save this. Because I have a lot to do. So this is 1992, August 6th. Let's see. Digest, censure. I didn't say it.
Oh yeah, and then what happened? And then what happened?
Okay, got it.
Yeah? And then what?
Okay.
Well, what then? And then what? Well, then what?
So this is the supposed, according to, at least some allegations online last night, this is the supposed majority owner of Briggs & Figs. Not only that, he's been the CFO for years. He owns one of the stores. He's an officer. He's been a director, the registered agent for service of process, one of the very few who's actually named, but again, that company was dissolved. SEC News Digest, August 6, 1992. Robert Dominguez denied the right to practice for 10 months, and Reed Brimhall censured for small business investment company audit. Okay? Now, I am pretty sure this is the same Reed Brimhall. Why? Because in the little bio we just read in that article, it said that he worked for this company, Touche, whatever. Now it's known as Deloitte. Robert Dominguez, CPA, has consented to be censured and denied the right to practice before the commission. And Reed N. Brimhall, which is the same initial, I've seen his name listed as Reed Noel Brimhall, CPA, has consented to be censured pursuant to Rule 2E of the Commission's Rules of Practice. The sanctions are due to improper professional conduct. Excuse me? Which type of improper professional conduct? Well, they say during this 1985 audit by the firm Reed worked at, Touche Ross and Company, of the Fluid Corporation of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and its small business
doing this and practically
subsidiaries. This is back in 1985. This is like more than 35, that's 40 years, 41 years ago. These two guys, which include Brimhall, improperly accepted management's evaluation of unmarketable small business investments and improperly accepted management's characterization of the investment losses as unrealized when they should have been realized. So this is like, look, this is not my expertise by any means, this like specific accounting accounting aspect of the world. They do got some YouTubers who are more experts on it, and I hope that they kind of sink their teeth into this a little more and explain it a little more. But just at the 50 million thousand level view, this basically means management of this company booked the books. They said that they had assets
What?
they didn't have, and they said that they had potential losses that they hadn't actually suffered, but really, in fact, they actually did already suffer the losses or whatever. This is like, again, please, I know that I'm not characterizing this exactly right, but essentially, there was some dishonest accounting that happened, and according to this 40-something-year-old, 30
You want to go out?
You're
not allowed.
over events that happened over 40 years ago. Reed Brimhall improperly just accepted
You're too curious.
this
Don't
phony,
attack me.
false, fake status of the company from the management of the company, and also improperly accepted their characterization of investment losses. He allowed them to he allowed them or accepted the characterization of the investment losses as unrealized when really the losses had already been realized. If the investments had been properly valued and the losses had been realized, so they would have marked it the right way, the company's Small Business Administration guaranteed, Small Business Administration guaranteed debentures would have been in default, so they would have went in default, which would have raised doubts about its ability to continue as a going concern. So essentially, the management, according to this, I wasn't there, I don't know. This has all happened already in the past. I'm just reading a public document. I'm not an expert, okay? But from what that looks like to me, the management kind of lied on their financial statements. Reed Brimhall and his friend over there at Touche said, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna let y'all lie. And if they would have told the truth, it was like a material issue, because if they would have told the truth on the financial statements, then it would have been more obvious that the company might not be able to make it. But the way that the financial statements were allowed to be put out, and even when Reed looked into it and audited it and all that, they allowed, this is according to what I'm reading here, they allowed these false statements to go through. It kind of made it look like the company was just fine. But really, if they would have said the true stuff, it would have looked like the company was not just fine. And again, this feels like a pattern. This feels like a pattern.
Doesn't it just?
Like, isn't that what we've kind of been finding them doing, making these material omissions on like the financial disclosure statements? Like, there's litigation going on and they don't tell people. Now those, just to be very clear, those are not signed by Reed. Those are signed by Emmett. But, and Reed is not the accountant or the financial auditing firm or whatever on this either. So I'm not saying Reed is doing this. I'm just saying if he's an owner, he's the CFO, he's an owner, maybe 51%, maybe 0.05%, maybe 0.05%, I don't know. Maybe zero, I don't know. But if he was an officer, he's a director, a principal in the company, the registered agent for service and process. I mean, he's really involved in this company. And he's been censured in the past for what we're reading. So I have a feeling, Reed and his son might possibly, it's a feeling, there's not even an opinion, it's just a feeling. They might be possibly lying in wait to pounce on bricks and minifigs. They might be lying in wait to say, Ammon and Matt couldn't do it, so let us do it. Let us do it. We have all this experience. But I'm not sure putting them in charge would help out these poor franchisees any more than what they already been helped out. Because Daddy Reed has the same type of stuff on his record as Daddy Daniel J. McNeff. They improperly accepted management's valuation of unmarketable business investments and improperly accepted the management's characterization of the investment losses as unrealized, when really they should have been realized. If the investments had been properly valued, then it would have maybe raised doubts about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. In addition, it doesn't end there. In addition, these two guys, including Brimhall, provided a going concern qualified audit report due to capital deterioration, which was filed with the Small Business Administration, and also issued a second audit report for the same year, which did not contain a going concern qualification, which was filed with this SEC. So they filed different stuff, different characterizations of how this business finances were going with two different government entities, one with the Small Business Administration and then one with the SEC. And I guess that goes, yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing there. Okay, so it does appear to me that that is the same Reed Brimhall, because I do think that is his middle initial is N, and I also think that I also saw that he, in that little bio we read in that article, he used to work, he started his career in finance at Touche, whatever. Unrealized losses that should be realized. They're on paper. Bush actually sell, right? It's an illegal way to cut losses. It just sounds like they did it in a bad way. Oh, Jane said, save all you find. I'm getting 404 not found for these. Wow, which one? So I said Douche. Oh, ACOB is in the chat? Oh my gosh, shout out to ACOB. I'm sorry I missed your message earlier. Ammon and Matt own 9 to 10% each, according to his source, and digging for more. I'm sorry, I don't know ACOB's name. If somebody could tell me. I keep saying the host of ACOB. Great stream yesterday. I plugged it, and y'all should go and watch it. Ben did an exclusive live interview over there. We watched a couple small portions. So ACOB is in the chat right now and said that his sources, I don't know who the sources are, I just finding this out with y'all right now, say that Matt and Ammon only own 9 to 10% each. This sounds just like there's arrangement that legally on, except Dan McNabb was the only other owner, and he owns 79%. Thank you so much to Arnelso for the 50. Part 3, we see the website ghost. CC someone called franchise. Is it possible to find it? Is the email everyone wanted to send things to? I don't know how to find that. Ben Gorman. I don't know people's politics, and I'm very explicit. If you read the scrolling banner, please refrain from political bullshit in my chat. I don't do that over here, but thank you for the $1.99. Shout out LSU. Thanks so much to me, Panda, for the $10. You live Baton Rouge. Shout out, all in Baton Rouge. Oh, for me out there. But on the other side of the bridge from the cookout, in the East Baton Rouge, East Side. Thank you, Amanda. Me and Panda for the $1.99. Was it $10? BJC, Internet Slough. Thank you, Sloop. Thank you, Big Crunch, for the $1.99. Thank you to Fifi LaRue. I haven't seen you around, girl. Thanks so much for the $1.99. Kylie doesn't like ma'am either. No home training. Seriously. Thank you, Nailhead, for the $10. In the Idaho article, Reed Brimhall's own timeline makes him Chief Accounting Officer of URS from 2002 to 2014. An engineering firm that settled for $5 million to Minnesota and $52 million.
No, you can't go outside.
Oh,
I know you want to. I know you want to.
In his section on the
I know, but you can't.
Thank you so much for the $10. I'm gonna look into that. Thank you, Neilhead. Thank you, Rose, for the $2 super chat and the other $2 super chat.
I know, Mama. I know.
Thank you so much to
I hear you.
So for the 50. Brooke Brimhall is also an owner and president of BAM, according to LinkedIn. That's interesting. Reliable intel. Okay, thank you. Thank you, ACOB. Reliable intel.
Are you gonna start terrorizing me because I won't let you outside now? Is that what we're planning?
And the clarification.
Because that's what it looks like to
saying.
me.
Like, I don't know who the reliable intel is. I just want to be very
That's
clear.
what it looks like to me. It looks like you're planning on a terror.
The public, just like y'all. I'm
Is that what you're
it
trying to
this
do?
Public statement.
Terrorize me until you get what you want?
I don't even know his name. But he's saying
not gonna
he has
work.
a source that's now reached out to him. Remember, they interviewed Ammon. Did y'all also interview Matt too? Definitely Ammon. They're one of the interviews that Ammon did do. wasn't good for him, in my opinion. Thank you for the $2. Darren Hicks is a buffoon, Samantha said. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you, I am Dinosaur for the $4.99. Just popping in to give you a super chime and telling you that you're the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep doing your thing. Girl, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, some ordinary cougars for the $4.99. Bricks and minifig leadership is like a hydra. Remove one and another two pop up. I'm saying. Thank you so much to Rose Investigates for the $5. Bam Map update. Grandma's job timeline. Yes, I want that timeline of the jobs. Also, maybe looking at Shane Olson. He worked for LM, head of fulfillment. And now he's VP of operations at BAM. Oh, I'm gonna super chat. Let me take a screenshot of this. Super. See previous $5 super. New BAM Map plus Shane Olson. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that. Do some of this other stuff. Thank you. And for the $2, Rose. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2. Good afternoon, cousins. Hit the like for our girl. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Big Crunch, for the $4.99. The more that comes out, the more it makes sense. Why not to settle their bro? Thanks so much to Rose for the $2. Bam Map, Brimhall timeline update, and new email. Okay. Thank you for the super chats. Okay. Let's see. COB interviewed Matt the day before Eamon. Okay, good to know. There's cash and stealing old people, CC's. Okay, so let me get back.
I know you want to go outside. You can't go outside.
Right? I'm looking. If
I know you want to, but you can't.
My sources are telling ACOB and all of them, or others, or
I
just
know.
men seem to believe that as well, or seem to at least have heard that as well.
You do realize that you have litter in your litter box, right? Let's go look at it. Come on, your litter box is right here. Oh, let me get a
What's this
garbage
guy
bag.
like? You know, he's
Let me get a garbage bag. Sorry.
What's going on with him? And so I'm looking, has he been censured? Has he been in trouble? Et cetera, et cetera. Now,
All right, let's go check your litter box. Obviously, you're freaking out for a reason.
SEC. There were like 2 SEC things about him actually, but for some reason I think my stuff's not saving as well. Yes, okay, alright. So there's like another whole write-up about this I found in the SEC. Right here. It's 7 pages long. And this is from a little bit before. So the one we just read was like a little digest, a little, news flash. This is like 7 pages. In the matter of Robert Domingue and Reed Brimhall, CPA, this promulgated July 30th, 1992, order instituting public proceedings pursuant to Rule 2E of the Commission's Rules of Practice, Opinion, and Order imposing sanctions. The SEC deems it appropriate and in the public interest to institute public administrative proceedings pursuant to Rule 2E 1-2 of the Commission's Rules against Robert and Reed Brimhall. Accordingly, it is hereby ordered that these proceedings are instituted. In anticipation of the institution of these proceedings, Domingue and Brimhall have each submitted an offer of settlement for the purpose of disposing of the issues raised in these proceedings. In the 2 offers of settlement, which the Commission has determined it is in the public interest to accept, Brimhall and his friend Domingue, might be Dominguez, but in Louisiana that would be Domingue, each consent solely for the purpose of this proceeding and any and all other proceedings brought by or on behalf of the SEC, or in which the Commission is a party and without admitting or denying any of the findings set forth in this order to the institution of these proceedings. So they consent to the institution of the proceedings. Prior to the hearing, to the findings stated herein, they submit to those and the imposition of sanctions. Okay. The order of concerns, okay, so here's the findings section. So we're gonna find out, what did Reed do? What did Reed, the supposed majority owner of Bricks and Mini-Digs, who is obviously, if we're playing Succession, if we're playing Game of Thrones, who is the obvious next person? Like if we're playing politics and Ammon is the president and CEO, and his brother is the COO, those are the obvious two who would come in line in succession. Let's say that, you know, something happened to them or they just wanted to retire or something. Who would be the obvious next person to come in? If they were going to keep it in the family, if they were going to keep it in the whoever already works there. Reed. Oh, maybe he's too old. Adam, his son, reported son. These are the obvious two people in my mind.
You're
Somebody
giving
the IT
them
guy,
a chance to like make an
maybe
excuse
the
that
CFO.
they are the victims now.
Or maybe his
They're
son.
the
Remember,
victims of the Brimhoffs.
he worked there and had associations and affiliations with Bricks and Mini-Digs at least as early as Ammon and his brother, but he apparently owned a store before Ammon and that. So Reed is really an institutional power at this company. Okay, fine. I could see a world where Ammon and Matt are fitting a step to the side. And they're going to say, oh, look, it's Reed. He's older, he's wiser, he's more mature. Well, girl, Ammon and Matt don't have this
Are you
shit on
ready?
their record. I'll just say that. I mean, what I'm saying is not that we should keep Ammon and Matt in their jobs. Girl, I've been saying they need to step down for over a
You want to come
month.
inside?
But I'm not so sure that it's just white knight.
You need me to clean up your poop?
Look,
Yeah,
look at
okay.
this.
Let me go scoop my dog's poop. I'm coming.
This order concerns the conduct of Robert Domingue and Reed Brimhall, certified public accountants. Domingue was a partner, and Brimhall was a manager with the accounting firm Touche Ross and Co. during 1985 and 86. Is this when Enron happened? Domingue was the partner in charge of the Albuquerque, New Mexico office, and he was the engagement partner in charge of a 1985 audit of the financial statements of Fluid Corporation and its wholly owned subsidiaries. So that its parent company was Fluid and it had these little baby companies up under it. Fluid Capital and Fluid Financial. Okay, those were the two companies beneath it. So you had Fluid Corporation and then Fluid Capital and Fluid Financial for the fiscal year ending in December 31st, 1985. As engagement partner, Domingue had overall responsibility for the audit report. He conferred with Fluid's proposed treatment for the accounting issues which arose during the audit, which are discussed in this order. He was responsible to see that due professional care was taken in the audit. Brimhall, this is Reed Brimhall, was the manager on the 1985 Fluid audit. Under Domingue's oversight and supervision, Brimhall supervised the staff on the audit. Okay, so he had like a supervisory role over the other staff on the audit. Now, Domingue and Brimhall engaged in, quote, improper professional conduct during the 1985 audit in their examination of Fluid's valuation, I think, of certain investments, maybe that's an evaluation of certain investments. They allowed this company, Fluid, and the two subsidiaries to characterize certain investment losses.
It's back.
And
You wanna come inside, Betty?
properly
Come on.
qualified audit options that were filed with the commission to reflect concerns about Fluid Capital's ability to actually
That's like a
continue as
boy.
a going concern.
What's wrong?
And the material impact.
I don't have any
such
treats, but I can
uncertainties
give you some,
might
like,
have
I
had
don't know.
on Fluid and Fluid Capital. Fluid is a publicly held investment company headquartered in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Primary activities in 1985
I'll give you
were
some
what?
cheese.
Venture
The cheese tax. The cheese tax.
capital investments. Okay, remember, this guy is a big freaking deal. I mean, the CFO of a company, a franchise company, has probably the most important job. He's the money guy. He's got to make sure all the taxes, all the ins and the outs, and the receivables and the sendables and the payables. This guy is like a big, big deal. The CFO of a company is huge, especially when it is a very highly regulated industry like a franchise. Okay, so this guy is in charge of the Bricks and the Mini-Digs. It's already sus AF to me that he was also the CFO of the MLM Sensi. Okay, that's sus AF. Lazy guy said,
Yeah, it
"Oh,
is hot outside, huh?"
public." Their investors would have pulled everything out if they saw the company's real standing. That's my take at least. This was a venture capital firm. A venture capital firm that collected money to put toward businesses, assets, and other things. Okay? A publicly held investment company headquartered in New Mexico. Primary activities were to make venture capital investments in small, developing, and unseasoned companies, most of which were unaudited, unregistered, and not publicly held. From 1980 to September 1990, Fluid's securities were registered with the SEC, and it filed periodic reports with the Commission under Section 13A of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. As of December 31st, 1985, Fluid reported net assets of $844,112. In 1984 and 1985, trading in Fluid's common stock was limited and sporadic. No trading in Fluid securities had occurred since the Commission entered a trading suspension on April 29, 1988. It goes on. Since at least 1982, Fluid had two wholly owned subsidiaries, Fluid Capital and Fluid Financial. I'm just thinking about the fact that Driven Capital exists. Okay? Is anybody else thinking about the fact that Driven Capital exists and Reed is the CEO? I'm just thinking about it. Since 1982, Fluid had two wholly owned subsidiaries, Fluid Capital and Fluid Financial, which were consolidated with Fluid for purposes of preparing financial statements and filing federal state income tax returns. You know what else I'm thinking about? Fortress Capital. Who else is thinking about Fortress Capital? Put a 5 in the chat. You thinking about Fortress Capital? Put a 6 in the chat if you're reminded of Driven Capital. Two subsidiaries were licensed in the United States, SBA, that's the Small Business Administration, as small business investment companies, 1981 and 1983, respectively. Since then, the two subsidiaries have been subject to SBA regulations implementing the Small Business Investment Act of 1958, including the capital impairment regulations and the requirement to file annual SBA forms containing audited financial statements and management information. Okay, so that's a long, fancy way of saying since 81 and 83 or whatever, both of those little subsidiary companies that are both owned by the, it's like it's a pyramid, but it's not pyramid like that. It's just, an owner company and then the two companies. Okay, so all these have been required since 81, 83 to file audited financial statements and management information with the government. Okay, that was a requirement. The securities of the two Fluid subsidiaries were registered under Section 12G of the Securities Exchange Act in the early 80s, but were never publicly traded. Despite electing to become business development companies subject to the Investment Company Act of 1940, they remain subject to the usual reporting and other provisions applicable to companies with securities registered by the Commission. Okay, so fancy long way of saying, if you're gonna have publicly traded, stuff going on, you're gonna classify your business as certain things, then you have to do certain things with the government, and that includes being registered on certain things and providing certain information to the government each every so often. The two subsidiaries depended on the SBA, the Small Business Administration, to guarantee their indebtedness to the parent, and Fluid depended on the subsidiaries to carry on most of the investment activity of the companies. The SBA placed both Fluid Capital. Okay. So the Small Business Administration started taking corrective financial action on them in the 80s, 1988. They placed them, Fluid Capital and Fluid Financial, I think those are the two subsidiaries, in receivership in 1988. They remain subject to SBA receivership, and the SBA receiver is attempting to gather assets and pay liabilities. So it's kind of like going bankrupt a little bit. So here's where Brimhall comes back into the picture. During the 1985 audit of the financial statements of Fluid and its subsidiaries, Domain and Brimhall improperly accepted management's valuation of certain investments without adequate support. They didn't stop to truly investigate, including accepting the reporting of substantial appreciation, that means going up in value, for certain investments, and limiting the amount of diminution in value of others. Respondents provided to Fluid Capital an audit report with an option that was qualified due to an uncertainty about Fluid Capital's ability to continue as a going concern. The financial statements accompanying this qualified report included a note H, that outlined the capital deterioration. This audit report with a going concern qualification was filed by Fluid Capital with the SBA. Okay, so with the Small Business Administration, they did file that there was issues going on with this company. I don't know if we're gonna be able to keep going. But with the actual Securities and Exchange Commission, looks like maybe that didn't happen. But this was filed without the express approval of Domain and Brimhall. Subsequently, Domain and Brimhall prepared and provided Fluid Management revised. So they revised it. So Brimhall revised it for the same year and took out the information that this company was in trouble. Fluid Capital financial statements filed with the commission also did not include the note outlining the deterioration of the capital, Fluid Capital, and its possible material impact on future.
Do you want to walk through? Here, go
This
ahead.
is like people were investing in this company. The public was investing in this company. People could buy shares, they could buy stocks or whatever in this company. And so it's very, extremely, very, very important that all this stuff be true, accurate, correct. Certainly
That's
can't
exactly
be
what he's waiting for.
intentionally obscured.
He just wants to be wherever I am. Boy.
Okay, so
We're gonna eat all that. I'm gonna
This is
throw
like
all that food
obviously very
away.
long. I don't feel like
What
reading
do I
the whole
want to
thing
make
right
to
now,
eat?
But suffice it to say for our purposes right now, Reed Brimhall's record doesn't appear to me to be squeaky clean. Okay, so if it's about to be the case that he's about to start dropping hammers down, I don't think he needs to be in charge either, because I think the poor franchisees are going to end up back out of the frying pan and into the fire. Okay, this company needs some serious leadership, and it needs to be done by somebody that hadn't been censured. I would say. I mean, that's their part. They can do what they want. That's their private company over there.
Sorry, buddy. I
Should
mean,
we
it's just
be
real.
been on the franchise
inconvenient
document?
spot.
Which one? Thank you for the £2 super chat, Declan. Declan McIntyre. That's about the most Irish name there is. You know Irish?
Okay, and
Thanks
now
so much to
that
Scott.
shit has to be like.
WD for the $4.99. The more I watch, the more anger I feel. What's the healthy way to vent my anger?
What are y'all doing?
You're
Get
gonna have to
out
go
of my
run or
kitchen.
something. You're gonna have to go run, do some jumping jacks, maybe learn how to do
Are
some
you doing
pranayama
freakazoid?
or something like that. Thank you for the $4.99. I do want to tell y'all, once upon a time, when it was the first day ever that the sun ever set. I heard this story earlier, I didn't make it. Once upon a time, it was the first day ever that the sun ever set. And the people started to become worried. It started to get dark. The sun started to go down. And they were concerned. Oh my God, they said to one another, what are we going to do? It's going to get dark. We're not going to
I
be
like
able to see
making
anything.
biscuits
We're not
out
going to be able
of
to do anything. The animals
mayonnaise.
might come and eat us up. Oh my God, I'm scared. What should we do? The first time ever that the sun had set. And somebody just went up, somebody in a very small little village just went up and lit a little tiny lamp and said, I might not be able to do too much about the darkness all around. I might not be able to do anything about the sun. The sun is so big and I am so small, but I can light this lamp. And the sun finally set and darkness had taken over the land. And kind of
Where'd
like
my
no
cup
matter how far away you
upstairs
were from this
down?
little house, this tiny little hut in this village, you could see the lamp and there was light. And the person who lit the lamp said, no matter what, I'm not going to let the darkness touch me. And the neighbors started to become inspired. They said, well, I want to bring the lamp too. And then everybody started lighting lamps at night.
No, don't do that. Just show it in there.
And that's the story of the first time that the sun ever set. And I think, if you think about it, it might apply to your life somehow. Thanks so much to Big Seance. Oh, girl. A rebuke for the $1.99. You were fabulous. Thank you, thank you. Please consider Mom Jargon's suggestion. Let's look at them all. I don't know what that means. What was her suggestion? I was wondering this, Joel. Thank you for the $1.99. Is Medina in the same ward? That's what I want to know. Is she in the same ward as Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, Andy McNabb, or Reed? That's what I want to know. Stop, I'm going to cry. That's a nice story. Yeah, isn't that nice? Not a nice story. I didn't make it up. It's a fable. I think I heard it from Punjabi. What was his name? But I thought it was helpful. Okay. I'm not really so sure about this Reed character. Okay, I'm not really so sure about him. That's why I wanted to keep investigating him. All right. We read the SEC files. Is this one this already? Yeah, I already saw that one. Okay, so we're going to move to the next. I did see an employment agreement with URS. Somebody mentioned URS, so. I didn't go to the restaurant too. Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is what I wanted. Alright. Oops, yeah, that's right, alright. Briggs & Mayfick's Chief Financial Officer. Shout out to the band Matt. Oh yeah, I want translate. I want translation. Ting. Hashtag princess treatment. Okay, the BJC translation. This is a plain language edition. Okay, you met this man before on the site. His name is Reed Brimhall, and he is the Chief Financial Officer of BAM, Briggs & Mayfick's, the Lego resale franchise. A Chief Financial Officer is the person who stands behind a company's numbers. The one who vouches that the books are right. Now, they probably do, and they do for sure have an accounting firm that audits their financials as well, so that firm would need to be responsible for doing that as well. But here's
What are
the
you
new
doing,
thing.
Mom?
And it comes straight from the page Brimhall writes about himself on LinkedIn. Does not do the BAM job alone. Right now, he's the chief officer of 3 companies at the same time. And for 2 years, he was chief officer, financial officer of
I don't
4.
want to use this.
Line up his jobs on a calendar, and you can see it at a glance. So here's the timeline. So I'm going to do timelines on this channel. These are all his different little jobs that are listed on his LinkedIn. Washington Group International, URS
Money,
Corporation,
what
Cincy,
are you doing?
CFO, and then the retired CFO, so he kind of stayed on as a transition. Boise Bricks and Minifigs,
Get
BAM
out of the kitchen.
Franchising,
You're
Inc.,
going to be like that.
and Driven Capital LLC. Okay, so look at these 3 here. The gray ones are prior, so he's no longer doing that. But Boise Bricks and Minifigs, he starts in September. He becomes the CFO the next year in September, so 1 year later.
Get down.
And Driven Capital
Money.
LLC,
Get down.
he becomes the CFO in January 2019. So for most of his working life, he did one big job at a time, the normal way, in one job. He ran the books at a large company, a public company. Before that, another one. And then, from 2015, he was the chief financial
Honey,
officer.
get the fuck out of the
Supposed
sink.
in
What
LA.
are you
Cincy
doing?
This is the Idaho-based scented products company.
Dude,
One employer,
come
one
on,
chair.
dude. You're going to make my begonia fall down.
Ordinary. And this is
Honey,
what
no.
But starting in 2015, the jobs stopped taking turns.
She's doing this because I won't let her go outside. I knew it. She does
3
this.
jobs
She
he has right now
terrorizes
on his
me.
own LinkedIn page. 3 of them
Alright,
are running
that's
at the
it.
same time.
Get down.
Right now. He's been the
Out of the kitchen.
CFO of Bricks and Minifigs since 2016. Their own booklet, the one it hands to people about buying a franchise, also lists him in that job, and it also lists him as one of the people allowed to sell the franchises, right? They're franchise sellers. Now he's been the top boss, the chief executive of a Bricks and Minifigs store in Boise, Idaho, since a year before that, 2015. And that is a store that he and his wife, Brooke, opened in 2016. Must have been 15, right? Because how they opened in 2016 if he's been the CEO of it since 2015. He owns a piece of that too. So the man owns the store and runs the store inside the chain and is money chief of the company that sells the chain. And he's been the chief finance officer of a separate investment company, Driven Capital, since 2019. That one has nothing to do with Lego, so we think. Now, put his Cincy years on top of all of that, and for about 2
And
years,
more milk.
that would be from the time period of early 2019 to the middle of 2021. A lot of stuff happened in the middle of 2021. That was when the big fight about Legally Mine was coming to a head between McNabb and all them, although that did go on for a few years. But from early 2019 through like the middle of 2021, Reed Brimhall was holding all these jobs at the same time. Now, why does this matter? And this is what I was saying. What is a CFO? What do they do? What's their function of a company? Just forget about being an owner. Just CFO. He's the person who puts his name on the company's numbers, and he says, trust these numbers. If anybody needs to go to a deposition to talk about the numbers and the finances, it would be him, the CFO. Most likely. I mean, they could send anybody, but it would most likely be him. That would make the most sense. Now, Bricks and Minifigs booklet is built on numbers like that. And the band map has already shown places where those numbers are under strain, like figures that look shaky by the usual tests. I'm not a numbers person, so I haven't really evaluated that. That is the finance chief's department. Nobody is saying the extra jobs caused any of it, but the person who vouches for BAM's numbers is, by his own telling, running another company's money and helping run a store and the chain all at once. We showed the very same shape once before, when Bricks and Minifigs' own booklet had one man wearing 3 company hats at the same time. If you're trusting the numbers, it is fair to notice how many other things carry the same signature. Every fact here is stated again with the sources attached. Start with the cited edition in this update. Okay. Fair counterpoint. Plenty of people hold more than one gig at a time, especially later on in their career. There's nothing illegal about this, especially at a small family-run company where a few people do everything. Running one store is not as heavy as being the CFO of a big company, so 4 titles is not 4 full jobs, and none of the claims that I'm making, are saying that he's doing anything illegal by any means. Thank you, Declan. Sorry, my ADHD head on the yearly franchise document that is sent to the U.S. government where Joshua Johnson was omitted. Right. Your name gives it away, Declan McIntyre. Shout out to Irish cousins in the chat. Thank you for the £5 super chat. So Declan, there's a lot of them. There's like one every year, but we are going to look into those today on today's live. They need to use another term than fluid. I totally agree. And thanks for the £5, Declan. Okay.
So close.
So I do have some breaking news I haven't seen anybody else talking about. All right. It has to do with Adam Brimhall. Okay. I have some breaking news I haven't seen anybody else talking about. I have a document. I'm going to share it with y'all when I get back from the bathroom. Because I've been drinking so much water. Okay. Yes, I have a breaking news update, but I need to get comfortable, and I'm like fidgeting because I gotta use the restroom. Hold on.
You gotta go pee-pee.
And this actually links back to the Reckless Ben story itself, okay, and Medina and Provo and all that. So, we'll be right back. Okay. So, this is something that was sent to me. I wasn't exactly sure if this was supposed to be like a public document, and y'all know I don't want to be sharing something private. I don't. But apparently this has, this is good to go. So I want to share it with y'all. So first, let me introduce you to another character. Okay, this is, I didn't run the DNA test, okay? I didn't run the DNA test, but I'm pretty sure this is the son. This is the son of Reed Brimhall, who's the CFO. They were kind of involved in this company like before, it seems to me, they were involved in the bricks and the mini bags before even Ammon and Matt, who are the president and the, whatever they are. CEO, COO. Adam is Reed's son, you are saying. Okay, so let me bring it back around to Ben real quick, to the Ben saga of this, because we're kind of looking into the business, we're looking into bricks and minifigs, we've looked into Medina Doré, we've looked into her husband, we've looked into her past, we've looked into Josh Johnson, we've looked into Brandon Best, so let me bring it back around, and we're talking about Ben and his videos. Okay, so, first of all, I think it's on the map, so let me pull the web up. That'll be the easiest way to access it. Yeah, I'm like not really up to date on the parakeet story, but justice for the parakeet. I'm like knee deep in trying to figure out, so neck deep trying to figure out what finances are and companies and the poor bird. Hopefully somebody's taking care of that. Okay. Where were we here? Okay, all right. Okay. So the son, we're talking about Adam. All right, Adam Brimhall. He's listed among, he seems to also wear a lot of hats. So as far as his connection to the company itself of Bricks and Minifigs, I believe he is a part owner, or at least the manager of some sort of the store his daddy owns in Boise. This is the 2024 franchise disclosure document. I was telling Declan a minute ago, there's one every year for this. So there's
he definitely will make me trip.
21, there's one every year for this, and they have to file these each year, and other stuff too. And so, for example, he's listed in the 2024 FDD franchise disclosure document. Adam Brimhall has been our new unit onboarding manager since 2022. Prior to this position, he was store manager for the Bricks and the Minifigs Boise store since 2016. So he started out as a store manager, and then he got moved up in the company. And this is the same exact thing that happened to Ammon and Matt. They start as a store manager, they get moved up. This is the same thing that happened to even David Ortiz, the founder. They start at store and then made it into a company that did franchises, and they became the officers. This is the same thing that also seems to happen within the stores. They take these employees and then move up. So Adam was the store manager for the Boise Bricks and Minifigs, and then he became, in 2022, the new unit onboard manager. Adam also worked for Get Out Local as a copywriter from 2020 to 2022. Then he transitioned to working for Van Franchising. He has over 8 years of experience. And then his dad, Reed Brimhall, CFO. Okay, so bringing it back to the Ben story. This is a screenshot from Ben's video, part 3. Came out a couple days ago. Oh yeah, okay, so this is, okay. I don't know why it only says 141,000 views. Bricks and Minifigs tried to get me arrested to stop this video. Okay, so this is the part of the video where Ben is talking about the two sides of the case. He's like, okay, so I had a case that I tried to report to Provo against Ammon, and I had a whole video for it. Ammon had a case that he was trying to prove against me for extortion, and he had no evidence for it. Do you remember that part of the video, y'all? Let me show you. Just to get us where we are and why this breaking document is going to be important for context. Ben's video has 4.4 million views and it was posted like 2 days ago. Golly, that thing's viral. The iced coffee hour. Another interview. Okay, hold on. 2 hours ago. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm gonna do this all unscripted and moving and grooving. Okay. Let's start here on Ben's video. This is about the 12-minute, 21-second mark of Ben's part 3 video.
With him, proving to the police that we never even said anything close to.
Let me go back a little bit more. Let me go to 12 minutes, 4 seconds.
I mean, I submitted the videos of Eamon saying we're gonna burn down the building and shoot him.
Take the cell, say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person, you don't give it back, I'm gonna burn this place down.
That is such a lie. He is just lying.
We're gonna burn this place down, or I'll kill you.
Wait, did he say, I'm gonna burn the place down, we're gonna burn the place down, or I'll kill you? You can't just say, oh, he said one of those things, and they're all three different. And he said none of those.
All the raw footage of the entire conversation I had with him, proving to the police that we never even said anything close to this. This raw footage verifies that everything I told the police is true, and everything Eamon told the police is a lie. On top of that, I even got access to the complete case Eamon made against me, and he doesn't have a single...
Okay. This is where we are, okay? I even got access to the complete case Anna made against me. And he doesn't have a single piece of evidence to support any of his claims, which I guess makes sense. Like, how can you support evidence if you're just making everything up, okay? So, this is a pause of the screen on a public video, right? And here's the full evidence of what he's been against him for the Provo case. Now, what is the Provo case? This is the one with Officer Detective Medina Dorla. We've been talking about that one all week. I used to think that American Pork was as bad as it could get. No, Provo's just as bad. Provo's just as bad. And this lying hag, Medina Dorla. Okay, so this is that case about the supposed extortion that never was. And this is the whole entire case file of evidence. The front door, like the bricks and bits footage from inside. Statement from Brimhall and statement from Spanbauer. Okay? So, I don't know how this person got this, but apparently I've been given permission to share it. Apparently it is not a private document, it's I have to share it. So, I'm gonna share it with the public. I got the statement. So, shall we read it? Like the video a lot. While I find it. Just make sure there's no information here or anything like that.
Bottles need to get here soon. I need to bottle up all this fucking stuff.
I don't know, I was very apprehensive to share this or read it, so let me just... Alright. Okay. I know y'all gonna be mad, but I do want to share one with him first. And it's Sheldon's video.
Close to this.
He commented on this, and he was there. So listen to him say.
Raw footage, Rick.
I mean, I kept my cool too, you know what I mean? I'm getting mad now because like, we also didn't know.
Okay, we're almost there, sorry.
Verifies that everything I told the police is true, and everything Eamon told the police is a lie. On top of that, I even got access to the complete case Eamon made against me, and he doesn't have a single piece of evidence.
That Adam Brimhall shit is so bullshit, dude. So bullshit. They sent in an employee who was like following me or something, and I'm talking to some guy in a smoke shop, and I'm telling him about the Lego store, because my car got declined, and I'm like, actually, I'm a YouTuber, like, I'm chasing my dreams, and he's like, dude, that's so cool, and shit, this dude goes and makes a police report, he walks in, I don't know, whatever, we'll get it, they
You
got
ever subscribe to Sheldon's channel? His car got declined at the smoke shop.
Freedom of Information Act request, which is kind of crazy, because it's a police report made against me, but I can get it and stuff, the criminal statement. But it does suck. I felt super bad.
Is to support any of his claims, which I guess makes sense. Like, how can you support evidence if you're...
Okay. There was another spot that he talked about Adam Brimhall, and I want to pull that up, and then we'll get to the statement. Because, he was, like, actually there. So he walked up and spied on me in a smack shop.
So, like, if you want to take it, like, I'm like, he said he was a fan and stuff, and he'll take a picture. It says that the police report took 3 steps up and goes, are you talking about reckless pen? I'm like, yeah, we hung up and steal from Ultra and getting back all this money and stole from the clock.
So, go after our inventory list, or else we're going to call it obvious.
I don't know.
So this is Sheldon's version. This is his side of the story, or somewhat side of the story. And then we're going to read the Adam Brimhall statement, and we'll compare.
I don't know. I'll get you the police report, I think. It's a little malarkey, and I lied in a bunch. The guy was super sketchy. He said he was a Reckless Ben fan. He comes in when I'm talking, he goes, are you talking about Reckless Ben? I'm like, yeah, we hung up, we stole from Oprah, we're getting back all this money they stole from this old guy. And then he asks what store it was, and it was like one of the and stuff. But I was talking to the smoke shop guy, and then he goes, like, if you want to take a, like, I'm like, he said he was a fan and stuff, and I'm going to take a picture. It says that the police report took 3 steps back. No, I don't know that Brimhall. He just he spied on me in a smoke shop, and sort of, like, ear hustling and said he was a Reckless Ben fan. No, I wasn't recorded, man. I was just, they just, like,
So Adam Brimhall, supposedly looked like maybe even morning.
Shelly was here, and I went to food.
Me. If they can't even drink coffee, I don't know how they're supposed to be able to go into the smoke shop and get products. But anyway, it seems more likely to me he went in there to spy on Sheldon, and he goes in there, according to Sheldon, acting like a Reckless Ben fan. Hey, you talk about Reckless Ben? Are you talking about Reckless Ben? Adam Brimhall. Girl, what are the chances Adam Brimhall ends up in a smoke shop where Sheldon is?
Diane or something. Or it was just like a 1 in a billion coincidence. But yeah, he sucks. Made a police report, and like he got a bunch of stuff I said wrong, and then on top of that, like he lied, and I lied. He's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm after a food truck hold." The guy at this point completely
Truck
me
cult.
out, and said I left leaving pleased with myself, and I remember thinking like, that interaction was like so whack, and I should have just shut up. But I like didn't think they would send in like an undercover like
That's
agent,
crazy.
and
Yeah.
expect
You never
it,
know who people
so I
are.
guess we kind of got infiltrated. Yeah.
So what I find interesting about this story, and I wasn't there. I don't know what happened because I wasn't there, but I actually do believe Sheldon. And we have more data. We have more data. It's more, it's more deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender. Just project. Just blame the other people of doing everything that you actually are doing. Like,
Crystal.
who's really harassing? Who's really stalking? If
Crystal.
anybody is. Maybe it's the people sneaking around like little cockroaches and pretending to be fans. I'm a fan of Reckless Ben. What are you doing here? And really, it's all under false pretenses. Okay, so let's go over to
Timing. garbage.
Witness statement, Adam Brenham. Submitted December 11th, 2025. Case file 25PR26279. He says, I am an employee of Band Franchising Inc. And given my position in the company, I have intimate knowledge of the harassment situation that has unfolded over the last 18 months regarding our franchise's Salem, Oregon location. Now, I'm going to be stopping and pausing as we go. It's interesting he says our franchise Salem, Oregon location. Why is it interesting that he says that? Because when, at this exact same interaction, when Ben and Sheldon went over there to the office
Moth. Get out my
to
house.
talk about the Salem, Oregon location, what were they told? Do you remember what they were told? This isn't the place to handle that. You need to find, they're all independently owned and operated. They all have their own owners, and you need to go deal with them. You need to go deal with them because it ain't here.
I
It
need
ain't
to bottle
us.
up all
That's
this
totally
fucking
separate from
kombucha,
us.
or
That's
not
an
kombucha.
independent owner.
I've got all
Go
of that
talk to them.
kefir, all that water
Well, it's
kefir.
interesting because in
I need a
Adam
jug
Brimhall's
to put it in.
statement, he kind of characterizes it like he owns the fucking place. I mean, our franchise's Salem, Oregon location. It's just a small thing, but I notice these things. I'm kind of like the princess and the pea. Remember that story, The Princess and the Pea, where she can't like lay on even like 1,000 mattresses? Cause
That's me, I'm the princess and the pea.
That's me with words. I just can't get past it. They're characterizing our franchise, ours. It's our little location. But when Ben came there to talk to y'all about it, it wasn't yours. It was somebody else's. You couldn't answer a damn question, Adam, or whoever it was over there, Gerhardt. Okay. On the morning of December 5th, 2025. Now, this is important to me, the date. Because what is this? And I know, I think it's tedious, but Ben done made a whole part 3 update because of one of these little date findings, so if you wouldn't mind bearing with me. He wrote this on December 11th, or it was submitted by him on December 11th.
No, I can't use an empty
He's
water
talking about
bottle
an incident
because
that
it's
happened on the
carbonated.
5th. He's talking about an incident that happened on December 5th in the morning. Remember that. Approximately 10:30 a.m.
I need
entered a
something
business
that
called-
is not
I just
carbonated.
redacted the name of the business 'cause I don't
Or that
want
can handle
anybody to
carbonation.
comment.
Like a 2-liter
I was
bottle
there
would be
for
better,
personal,
but
not business reasons. Okay, so he was there to buy
these
items
bottles,
at the smoke
they're
shop.
just too flimsy.
And
It'll.
that's cool, that's fine. Who hasn't been at the smoke shop to buy something? However, I do think it's still.
And the last thing I need is for it to
because
expand and
every
then
time
roll
somebody
around
else
in the kitchen or
has a
in
run-in
the
with the cops, it's,
sink.
he was acting belligerent. He was drunk.
have
He-
some
his eyes
jars,
were glazed
but
over, and
I just
everybody's
don't
getting
have
asked, how
enough.
much did you have to drink? I smell it on your breath.
Two
But then
left.
these people are just going into smoke shops for personal reasons.
I have like 3 more in the in the dishwasher. I've got 2 here.
Judge lest ye be judged.
Got some jars, but I just don't have enough. And it needs to go in the
December 5th,
refrigerator.
2025, 10:30
I wish I
a.m.
took
entered a
drugs,
business called Smoke Shop.
but
I was
don't.
there for personal, not business reasons. Upon walking in,
I don't find drugs to be fun or entertaining. It's just a waste of time. Like, I've got things to do. If I did drugs, then I wouldn't be able to get up and go to work in the next morning, and I would be up at night. I would get sick from not eating or drinking, and my body can't handle that kind of shit. Too old for that
customer
foolishness.
speaking with the clerk at the counter, animatedly and loudly. Okay, adverbs. Okay, adverbs. Use that creative writing degree. Read, Adam. Animatedly and loudly, somebody was talking to the clerk. His exact
the light
words
in my
escaped
oven
me
work?
at this time, but the customer was bragging to the clerk about how he and others were getting back at the Lego store for something they had done that was immoral.
So close. I just don't
Okay,
think it's done yet.
interestingly, this sounds just like Cole G. Richardson's account from the American Ford Police Department about talking to Ben. He said Ben was bragging about all the views he got. Bragging about all the views he got on YouTube. When you ran the tape back, that's not what was happening at all. But boasting is what he said. Now we have another one accusing him of bragging, and it just makes me wonder, have these people been colluding and conspiring with all the police departments to say the same things as each other? Or have the police departments been coaching them, telling them exactly what needs to be being said? The words escape me. The words escape me. Maybe because it never happened. I don't know. He was there for personal business, not he was there for personal, not business reasons. Yeah, personal reasons, like maybe you own some of Bricks and Minifigs and you want to orchestrate a hostile takeover, or your daddy owns some of the company and you're just helping him out personally, even though you weren't there for business reasons. I mean, I personally believe, based on no facts, it's not fact, I personally believe he was spying on Sheldon. His exact words escape me. He was bragging to the clerk about how he and others were getting back at the Lego store.
I did have a
for something
bus.
They had done that was immoral. As the conversation continued, I listened and heard him.
I am no longer in a bus.
Prior acts of harassment and vandalism. He and his compatriots. This sounds like this is Boomer. What Boomer wrote this shit? As the conversation continued, I listened and heard him describe prior acts of harassment and vandalism he and his compatriots had plotted and committed against said Lego store. How dastardly. And what was Sheldon saying in his live? He said, oh yeah, like I was talking about hanging the sign on the store. The individual admitted to specific acts, including posting images to the store's windows and creating banners to place honor in front of the store's property. The banners and images appeared, at the very least, defamatory in nature, not a crime. I don't know why this is being submitted to the cops, because it's not a freaking crime. Defamation's not a crime, by the way. So it's not something cops are supposed to get involved in.
I can't believe I've been here for
Banners and images
23
appeared,
days.
in nature. And this is like the
Time is flying.
steel cell trade or whatever. He used the words vandalism and vandalize while describing these activities. I would need to hear it myself. I would need to hear that myself. I don't believe it, basically is what I'm saying. I think this man's lying. Specifically, he stated, so you, do you also find it interesting? Do you also find it interesting?
I am having an
Words
awesome
escape
day.
him, and sometimes, and now for some reason, he
I'm making
specifically
biscuits.
remembers this one word. The specific
I'm making
one word.
biscuits.
Oh, yeah, vandalize. He
I
said
think I'm gonna make some pancakes too.
I don't.
I think I'm gonna just make. Oh, you know what?
He stated that he replaced the store's buy, sell, trade window signage with
Bratwurst.
an altered version, reading buy, steal, trade, accompanied by an image of someone stealing Lego products with a circle and
I'm gonna make
slash
these for
symbol.
lunch.
At one point,
I am
recognizing
gonna
this
make these
topic,
for
this little narc inserted
I'm
himself
going
into
to
the
make
conversation
myself.
and
Do I
asked,
have any grits?
is this
I
the
don't have any
Lego
grits.
store over
Try
in the
grits.
University Mall? The customer replied, no. I think the customer is Sheldon, explaining the Target. See, I use this word Target, trying to, it's kind of giving Dan McNeff. I'm like, is Dan McNeff actually all these people's daddy? Because it's like, Dan McNeff will say something, and it's like, the girl, nobody said that. But
Damn
it's
it.
like they're trying to use this specific type of
Now they're gonna get
verbiage
food done.
that will evoke the most emotion. No one would
Well,
say we
I'd rather them
vandalize
be
something.
brown
Exactly.
and done
Exactly. I don't believe him. I think he's lying. That's my opinion.
instead of being gooey inside. So, whatever. Okay.
At one point, recognizing the topic, this little spy inserted himself into Sheldon's conversation. Nobody was talking to him. He said, is this the Lego store over in the University Mall? Sheldon said no, explaining the Target. No, the Target is a store in Salem, Oregon. I immediately, Adam Brimhall says, realized he was referring to the Bricks and the Minifigs location in Salem, our franchise. Even though when Ben came over there and talked to them about it, it wasn't their franchise, it was somebody else's. Got it. I asked for more detail because I'm a
Blueberries or
little
something.
spying ass bitch. And he described a story claiming a Lego store in Salem stole Legos from a dying old man. And that he and his associates were taking matters into their own hands to make it right and to make the store and the company pay. God forbid they be trying to get somebody's stolen property back, God forbid. The implication, as I understood it, was to make the store and the company pay, both financially as well as reputationally. Still, not a crime. To make the company pay financially and reputationally is not a fucking crime, you dumb ass. He said the friend involved was a YouTube influencer. In an effort to get more intel, as the little bitch-ass spy that I was and move the conversation along and gather more intelligence like the future FBI agent that I'm trying to be, I asked if he was talking about Reckless Ben. What are the chances? He knew who Reckless Ben was. Sheldon confirmed yes, reacting enthusiastically in what he perceived as a shared admiration for so-called Reckless Ben. He pulled out his phone and said he would call Ben up so I could speak with him. And Ben always loves meeting fans. I declined. Okay, that was stupid. I declined and took a couple steps backward. And Sheldon had said in his live stream, like, the way Reed acted was so sus. Like, Reed was probably on edge. Not Reed, excuse me, Adam Brimhall was probably on edge because he was spying like a little bitch and pretending to be a fan. And so when Sheldon went to reach in his pocket to get his phone, because Adam was so paranoid, he jumped back because he thought Sheldon might be, I don't know, maybe about to take a picture of him. Sheldon said he thought he was acting like he had some, Adam was acting like Sheldon was about to pull out a weapon or something, which Sheldon was like, obviously I was pulling out my phone. But listen, over there in Provo and American Fork and all those places in Utah, they be thinking a phone is a weapon. They do. They really do. So, I mean, I think they're just as scared of a phone and the YouTube channel as they are of a pow-pow. You know what I mean? Also, I don't know that the way that this is being described is even accurate. I don't trust any of these people. I think they're all liars. That's my opinion. I don't know as far as on that side. It doesn't, I don't know Sheldon like, that much. I've spoken to him on the phone lines and I go in his live chats. This is not the son, this is Reed. Well, he wrote it up as Adam Brimhall, so it better be Adam. It better be Adam. They are terrified of guns. So, this, even though I'm not, I've never been around Sheldon in real life and stuff, it's not adding up to me. Like, oh, let me pull out my phone and call Ben. He loves fans. Like, I don't really feel like that's what exactly happened, but I don't know. It was good. So Reed, this scared-ass little bitch, he wants to go on a spy mission. Oh, no, excuse me. He wants to go into a smoke shop for personal reasons. Somebody probably should report that to his high council. That he's going into smoke shops for personal reasons. He said it. I didn't want to talk to Ben. He said I was a scared bitch. I took a couple steps backward. I'm paraphrasing here. Y'all can read it up on the screen. Explaining I get nervous around celebrities. I would prefer not to talk or get involved with social media platforms. Okay, you just gave yourself away. Sheldon understood and backed off. This entire thing is hearsay, by the way. The whole thing's hearsay. This can never come into court at all. Like, he would have to sit on the stand and say this stuff. I mean, I guess it could come into court. I shouldn't say at all. It could come into court under some circumstances. But, like, this is, for the truth of the matter asserted, no.
Utah allows hearsay to come in
But
pre-trial motions.
My reaction
So actually, BJ, you're incorrect in this one. Utah is
so I
bizarre
tried to
in
keep
that
the
way.
conversation moving, just like the intel gathering spy narc I am, and said, what are you guys doing here in town? Without losing momentum or enthusiasm, Sheldon replied that they were in Utah to go after a food truck cult in the area. I made a light, joking comment in response. He joked back, saying he and Ben had to be careful about the targets. The targets. Yeah, we have to be careful about our targets. Sheldon did not fucking say that. Because ones that are too powerful, like the Mormon Church, would sue them. But the food truck group was a target they intended to confront, because they likely don't have the resources to fight back very effectively. Well, that's exactly what Legally Mine and, the rest would do. They navigate and maneuver Josh Johnson. Sue me then, because he knows, or he thought, but the people he kept saying that to didn't have the resources to navigate it effectively. And so, I don't know why he's acting like that's some type of moral indictment when his bestiana over there, Josh Johnson,
Bestiana.
Franchising employee, BAM franchising co-worker over there, Josh Johnson, he does this. He picks on people and targets people based on how many resources they have. So do the Provo police. They target people. How much money does this fool even make? No, excuse me, wrong accent. I don't know how this fool can even be making that much money. I mean, how much money does this fool even make? He can't make that much on YouTube. So they target people at the Provo Police Department based on how much money they have,
Hell yeah.
how many resources they have. They target people over there at the Bricks and the Minifigs. Josh Johnson does based on how much perceived money that they have and how many resources they have to fight a lawsuit. So I don't know why he's acting like that's some type of moral indictment when his fucking friends over there and his co-conspirators, as far as I'm concerned, and until proven guilty, are doing exactly the same thing.
Where's my cup?
He's saying this thing about Mormon church too, I think, to put it in there because he knows that the likelihood that somebody that reads this over there is going to probably be a Mormon is high. And I think he is trying to use that to leverage. I really do. The individual I spoke with never gave his name. He was a tall male, 6 feet tall, slightly taller, very dark, nearly black hair, short cropped beard of the same color. But the words escape him. But he got that description. He appeared to have eczema or a similar skin condition. Don't we all? Don't we all? Shout out to the fellow eczema strugglers in the chat. He left the store appearing pleased with himself. And Sheldon said, he addressed this on live, he said, I wasn't pleased. I actually felt paranoid and freaked out because that was like such a strange interaction. I was freaked out by that weirdo. So I think the guy is trying to be like, I'm a clean Mormon. I'm a clean Mormon, and these are dirty, rotten, scoundrel, harasser, vandal, target, YouTube, out-of-towners. They live in Oregon, they don't even live here. I am this clean, squeaky clean Morgan, and they're just dirty and nasty and have eczema. And they're scary and loud and pleased with themselves. Which is like, I think like probably not really accurate representation of what probably happened, because just to remind you what this disgusting freak looks like, it's not pretty. Okay, while he's saying people got eczema, he's at the smoke shop for personal reasons, and this is what he was saying. Okay, so I mean he looks like, I can smell this picture. Put a 6 in the chat if you can smell specifically
What this rock
that
is
outfit.
cooking?
I can smell it. It smells moldy through the screen.
I'll wait till after I do this.
I can smell the crust. I can smell the bacteria breeding in the folds of his skin. I could smell that beard. You know he'd be dropping nasty, and you need to drop hot sauce and stuff in it. Probably don't wipe it. Okay? I can smell this picture. But he wants to go off about somebody having eczema. Eczema is a usually autoimmune kicked off by stress. Look at all the 6s. We could all smell it. Like, don't come for me unless I send it to you. Eczema is one thing. This right here is a choice. Okay? So, just saying. Just saying. Okay, back to the story. Look how he uses these terms, victims. He left the store appearing pleased with himself and with the actions he and his associates had taken and planned to take against the Lego store and other victims. Victims.
Perfection.
Like, God forbid somebody try to get their stolen shit back. I mean, asking for somebody back something they stole is making them a victim. Okay. Okay. I think so. Seeking Elegance, thank you for the $2. Was Adam the guy with Ammon at the Provo Police Department? I think so. I think that was him. I don't know for sure. They're always projecting. This man looked like he got a rash or two. I agree. He looks rashy. He left the store appearing pleased. After he left, the clerk turned to me and said something to the effect of, wow, that's pretty cool he's doing that. I ended the conversation there and went about my business. Freaked out. These fools should have took that as a foreshadow of what we were all going to think about the story. The signs were there. The signs were there. So there were 2 people here. He said, oh, the target victims. He at least admitted his, I guess, that he works for the store. They were going to target victims and the target this and the victim that. That doesn't appear to be how the store clerk took it. Because store clerk thought it was cool. Wow, that's pretty cool. He's doing that. Okay, so do you think the store clerk would have said that if Sheldon was in there saying, I vandalized stuff and I made people targets and I destroyed their business, I'm going to get them and I'm going to make victims? Like, that doesn't seem like something
Oh my God.
that a clerk would...
Gravy is so easy. If you want to make sausage gravy, probably, because that's the way, whatever. You don't have to, though. But make the sausage, brown the sausage first, and save all of the grease. Take 2 tablespoons of the grease and put it in a clean pot. And then put, like, 2 tablespoons, maybe a tablespoon of flour, and you want it to turn into a paste. And then you want to continue to stir the paste until it starts to get like a yellow color. You don't want it to brown because you're trying to make white gravy. But if you were trying to make brown gravy, then you would let it brown. But you just keep stirring it and moving it around on the pan until it gets a light yellow color. And then you slowly, while constantly stirring, you add about 2 cups of milk. Boom. Then you add back your sausage at the end, gravy. Did you know that real maple syrup goes bad? I only found that out after I had maple syrup go bad on me. Pretty bizarre, because it should have very high sugar content, but... Oh, donuts. It's a good boy. And biscuits, mine are darker than normal, but that's because I put chia seeds and flax seeds in them, so I had to cook them a little extra time. And I also like mine a little bit more brown. But the biscuits, all you need is milk, mayonnaise, and flour. It's better if you use self-rising flour, or what I used to make my biscuits was pancake mix, powdered pancake mix. And the pancake mix that I used is literally the just add water or milk kind. So you could use that. You could use Bisquick. Kind of want like hash brown. Oh, I have potatoes. You know what I could make for dinner? Eggs and potatoes fried up. I don't know if I have onions, but if I had onions, that'd be even better. I don't have onions. I should have onions. I forgot, like, what is the, like, staples of vegetables that are needed in a house? Do I need any more butter? Nah.
Wow, wasn't that so cool? He's doing it now.
Yep.
It
Bisquick.
actually makes Adam's story seem a lot less.
It's literally quick biscuits. That's the name of Bisquick.
Conversation, apparently only
And you can use it to make pancakes, but it's actually a
He's the
biscuit
one with the
thing.
conflict of interest, not the store clerk.
By
The store clerk
design.
has no conflicts of interest. He's just standing there at his store, right? Or at his job. Seems like he would be more credible. Maybe they can get him involved in the case as a witness and see if he can confirm some of this stuff was actually said. This statement is accurate to the best of my recollection, emphasizing that anything outside of quotation marks is paraphrasing. The main thrust of the ideas being communicated at the time is, this is not verbatim. Now remember, this was submitted on December 11th. So like about a week or whatever after the incident actually happened. But somehow he was able to remember full entire quotes like a week later. Okay, interesting to me. Defamatory in nature. Ooh. Now, Rose is saying, where's the sworn affidavit? It don't look sworn to me. It just looks like, I mean, I don't know. This is what I received to my email. That's it. I don't even see a signature. And I'm wondering, like I said, y'all, I'm kind of the princess and the pea with words. The way this is written is older. The way this is written, the style of writing is somebody, in my experience, between the ages of maybe, at the youngest, maybe 55, and maybe up to possibly about 70 years old. In my opinion, as someone who went to graduate school for linguistics, this doesn't seem like a young person wrote it. Like a person, a Gen X or a millennial. It seems like a boomer. And I mean no disrespect. I'm just talking about the writing style, right? Specifically, sentences such as this construction. Upon walking in, I immediately overheard a customer speaking with the clerk at the counter, animatedly and loudly. His exact words escaped me at this time. Okay, this is like a professional language of a boomer. So now, since it's not even signed by Adam, I'm wondering who actually drafted this. I don't know how to check metadata. People say check the metadata. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that.
Listen,
Let me start.
when I was a kid, there was a milk commercial. And in that milk commercial, a guy is sitting down at a restaurant eating pancakes. And like, all I remember, I don't even remember really what the commercial was about. I remember he was taking someone else's milk or like, anyway, what I remember is it was milk with ice cubes, and pancakes and milk together. And I don't know, it changed my brain chemistry, that commercial. I have not been able to eat pancakes without milk ever since. And I mean, like, it's just so good together. And also, I really like ice cubes in my milk. It's not the same. You cannot pour the milk on the pancakes. It's not the same. You have to drink the pancakes or drink the milk while you're eating a pancake. It has to be in that order.
Did Reed write it? Yeah. I'm wondering, did Reed write this? No, this
My
is just.
eyes are telling me that I'm going to
Obviously, I
eat
don't know who
more
wrote
than this.
Somebody could
but I
have wrote this
won't.
in Microsoft Word 5 minutes ago before I
And I
started.
know
I
it.
don't know. But where does it say anything of, where's the signature even? Where's the signature? Where's the signature line? Where's the signature block? Where's the page number?
I love the way
What is this
pancakes
kind of
taste
looking
when you
at?
cook them on a drier pan.
I'm an employee of BAM Franchising, and I just
I
so
love them
happened
with
to be
butter.
walking in on Sheldon. It
With
wasn't
that-
like, oh, I
it's
got
not
there
burnt.
first. And
With
then he
that
walked
dark
in. No, it was like he was
toast,
already there,
specifically, it's
mid-conversation.
just
So to me, it
something
just seems
about
like
it.
it's spied. And it doesn't seem like he wrote this. I don't think. That's my opinion. It sounds like fan fiction. It sounds like something Dan McNeff wrote. It sounds like something maybe Reed could have written. It sounds like something somebody that's not in our age group wrote. Unless they were specifically like trained on language and trying to sound like a certain type of vernacular in the writing.
You should definitely make
As a
pancakes
boomer,
tomorrow.
Great Wolf, shout out to the boomers in the chat. This sounds like an attorney coach statement. Mm-hmm. How old is Adam supposed to be? I think he's supposed to be in like his 30s, 40s. He has kids that appear to be like teens. This is public information. Stalking Young Men LLC. I don't know how old Adam is. Does anybody know? Harriet the Spy in there. They're so mad about somebody coming to ask them something at their public address of business and corporation after being told, or before being told, but actually being invited by franchise to go to corporate and talk to corporate. That's spying. That's harassment. But Adam rolling up on Sheldon, lying to him, tricking him.
I didn't
luring
realize
him
I
to say
needed
things,
this.
Gather intelligence to
But I
spy
did.
on him. That's not spying.
And I'm already getting
harassment and
full.
stalking. How?
My eyes are so
How?
big.
He looks over 55. I'm talking about Adam. He looks 38 to me. He looks about that age. He looks about that age. He looks like a little older than me, up to maybe 10 years older than me. Maybe. I'm 35. Would this even be admissible?
Hello.
They would have to show the chain of custody for sure. But that's not all, y'all. Okay, I got more to say on this issue. So that was basically we'll say 1/3 of the evidence against Ben in this Provo extortion case, right? Where's the evidence of extortion there? He said harass, he said vandal, which I don't think either of those is true, but we'll see. He said target, but he didn't even say extortion. And this is supposed to be the extortion case. That's what the Medina Dore based this Google search warrant on. This extortion, probable cause of extortion. Okay, that's not all. What else?
Huh.
Yeah, seriously, we don't really even know who wrote it and who's making the assertion. Exactly. But that's not all. But wait, there's more.
There's more.
So,
okay.
This next segment. There's two statements. And body.
Now that I'm full,
this is all the evidence.
I think I'm gonna go
of the supposed
take
extortion.
like
now obviously
maybe take like an hour and a half break, and then I will be back. In maybe around like 4:30 or so. And I will continue with my rug making process. I'm gonna have to, so the Doberman that I've been working on, I have to take that off the frame after I so carefully fucking moved it and everything. But I have to take it off the frame, and I have to start on my next project. So I'm gonna do that. This shit is so good. If I'd waited 5 more minutes, then I could have washed everything together. But oh well. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you in a couple of hours, and we will do rug making stuff together. My clothes need a little time to dry. Too much electricity getting used. Did my package come yet? Nope. Okay. Ooh, come back and let me know how it goes. I'm excited for you. Gravy is really super easy to make, and it is extremely good. Make sure, don't forget to salt it.